Hi fledglings, welcome in. How are you guys doing? Hope you're having a good day. The onion is now 2 years old. Happy birthday, onion. What's up? I also have the wrong background up. Let me fix that. Ah, loud. Alright. Yeah, we are back with more shiny hunting. Hopefully we find a Vanillite today. We're over odds. We're at 1,700 checks. Also, I forgot to change the date on the thing. Oh, everything is going wrong. Let's fix this. Let's see. We need date to be the 1st. There we go. All right, now it should start blizzarding. All right, there we go. Everything's fixed now. So yeah, how are you guys doing? I hope you're having a great day. And yeah, we're just gonna start looking for some Vanillites and try and find a shiny. Oh, right off the bat, we've got a brilliant one. It wasn't shiny though, so of course brilliant Pokemon are a scam. As I keep saying, but yeah, what's up? What's up? I finished stream yesterday, had dinner, and then I got really sleepy, so I didn't get as much done as I was hoping to, but hopefully today I feel a little better and I can get more progress done and we can find a shiny, and that would be great. $17.03 already, okay. Yeah, I just gotta get in the gotta get in the groove with these Vanillite encounters again. We were going pretty well last time at a pretty decent pace. We literally doubled our encounters last time. I don't think we can double 1,700 today, but we can get a lot. And hopefully there's a shiny included in that very vague number of a lot. Alright, 5. Don't send me back to Mario Sunshine's coins, please. I don't want to go back to the coins. Whoa. But yeah, speaking of the onion, I was I've been checking my raids in Kitakami daily, trying to find a Gliscor so that I could save a Razor Fang, and then I realized I had 2 Razor Fangs, so I just evolved Gligar. But I've gotten so many shinies while looking for the Gliscor raid, so that's a little funny. I remember last time I showed the Nosepass and Mightyena that I got at the same time, that were right next to each other, the 2 shinies. And then I think it was 2 days ago, I was running around doing my Gliscor checks, and I found a shiny Poochyena right when I booted up the game. And then later on, I found another Nosepass. So I can now have both of those lines shiny, which is just kind of funny. You need to shiny hunt too. What do you want to shiny hunt, Morph? What's on the list? I still want to shiny hunt Inkay to put into Legend ZA. But now I'm hesitating because we don't know how transferring is going to work. And that's a headache. I'm guessing that Pokemon from ZA can still go forward into, into Gen 10. But until we have confirmation, I'm kind of hesitant to do anything with that. what if Pokemon literally can't be transferred out of ZA at all, like Spinda and BDSP? And it's all an elaborate ruse to make sure that nobody can move Furfrou out of ZA. Furfrou must remain in France. It's all a conspiracy theory. Furfrou will never leave France. You don't know? No ideas at all? Do you like doing different methods, or do you only like doing like sandwich hunting in Scarlet? Or I guess you have Violet, rather. If you like doing other methods, I will recommend stay away from brilliant hunting because this method sucks. 2 out of 10 would not recommend. I'm not even that invested in Vanillite. I was more invested in getting Torkoal than I was Vanillite because Torkoal's actually like a pretty good Pokemon. But sadly, Vanillite doesn't have a whole lot going for it. You're never gonna Brilliant Aura hunt? You respect yourself too much? Fair. I don't respect myself, so that's why I'm doing this. Actually, it's because I really wanted I wanted Blizzard Mark Vanillite, but Vanillite isn't in Scarlet, so... this is my only option. However, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up abandoning this hunt, if I'm being honest with you. There's so many cooler Pokemon we can shiny hunt. We could go shiny hunt Inkay. We could shiny hunt in Dynamax Adventures. Actually, we are going to do Dynamax Adventures soon. I've been planning Dynamax Adventures for like almost a year. I even went on Reddit and I talked to people, which was very scary. It was so scary to talk to random people, but I had to go onto Reddit and talk to random people last year so that someone could help me get a specific raid den for a future shiny hunt. So we will do that soon-ish. Yeah, I even already made the thumbnail for that shiny hunt. I made that like back in January, I think. So, I'm looking forward to that. And I'll probably do that in place of the Vanillite hunts because Vanillite is just not being very cooperative. And even if we get the even if we find Vanillite, it still only has a 3 in 50 chance of having the correct shiny mark. So, since I already got my Torkoal with the mark, I'm like kind of chill. And yeah, I think any future mark hunts that I try and do, I'll do in Scarlet. Because mark hunts on this game just kind of suck. Unless it's a mark that you can only get on this, which would be curry and fishing. Fishing? You cannot get the fishing mark in Scarlet, and you cannot get the curry mark in Scarlet. And you cannot get the dry mark. But every other mark that you can get is technically in this game. So. Hello, Brisk. Welcome in. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. What's up? We are looking for ice cream cones. They are melting. My ice cream is melting. Actually, speaking of, I still want some ice cream. I was gonna pick up some Neapolitan ice cream at the grocery store, but the only kind they had was like really expensive, and I was like sad. I could have afforded it, but I was just like, man, I'm not paying an extra $2 for ice cream. I know I can get this cheaper somewhere else, and I get more of it too, when I get it at the other store. So I was like, I'm just gonna skip. Came back from clothing trade and helped decorate a gift for the wedding tonight. Ah. Have fun at the wedding. Yes, strawberry chocolate and vanilla. Strawberry chocolate and vanilla. What a flavor concept. They should have done Mega Vanillite in ZA, and it could have been Neapolitan because it sounds like Napoleon, I guess. That's my logic. It doesn't even, now that I said it out loud, it doesn't even sound like Napoleon. I'm lying. I'm straight up lying. That's not even true. It barely sounds like Napoleon. Found some clothes. Nice. I don't know much about clothes. I think that much is obvious by looking at the mood board that I created. Oh, thank you for the head pat. 1 second. Thank you, Brisk. Boop. All right, 35. Yeah, the one thing I do appreciate about Vanillite over Torkoal is how much more common Vanillite is, so my encounters are a good deal faster. I was hoping it would lead to more brilliant encounters, but it really doesn't. What's the mood board? It's a mood board. I don't know how else to describe it. It's a mood board. What else would it be? Hi, Maisie. Welcome in. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. What's up? $38. We are just hunting ice cream cones. We're looking for that sweet strawberry flavor. With no luck so far. A little preoccupied? Ah. Hang in there. That was 39 ice cream cones. That's a lucky number. 39 is good. 40 is not good though, and this is 40, so this ice cream cone is not good. This one's already melted. Yeah, almost at 1750. Just feels kind of bad. Like, I know shiny hunts go over odds. It's not a huge deal, but considering this method is supposed to give us better odds, brilliant auras just suck. You know what? I actually kind of want to look up Dynamax Adventures. I can't remember. I know you can get one of the Vanillite line in there, but I can't remember if it's Vanillux or Vanillish. Not that it matters. I wouldn't go for an ice type with the Pokemon that I'm hunting next time in there, but we could look. It is vanilla-ish. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, shoot. I removed the shiny tracker. There we go. 44. Want to create your own stream schedule? You really don't know what to make of it. I mean, you don't have to do a schedule. I do it because it helps keep me on track and it helps you guys know when to expect things, but a lot of streamers don't do a schedule. They just go live when they feel like it. I like letting people have an idea of when to expect so that they can plan like, oh, hey, he's playing that thing I want to see. I'll pop in, but... Yeah, I've definitely seen streamers who don't do schedules. Or they'll do a schedule, but they're like really flexible about it, and they're not afraid to cancel things or add new things into the list. I'm getting slowly better about that, but I still like hesitate to do things like that. All right, we're up to 47. 48. All right, so yeah, because I took 3 minutes to start stream this time, we actually are getting like 50 encounters in sub 20 minutes. So that's pretty good. Rally luck, rally luck. Thank you, Brisk. This is lucky number 49. It was not shiny though. Sad. Sad boy hours for real, for real. Nah, that's okay. It's still really early into today's hunt. Although, to be fair, when we got Torkoal, that was like 20 checks into that day's encounters. Look, there's a brilliant Pokemon, but it's Clang. I don't need shiny Clang right now. I wouldn't be opposed to going for shiny Clang eventually, but I don't know when I would do that. Ooh, Mega Kling could be kind of cool. I can imagine it getting like time powers or something. Make it super slow and hit hard and make it like based off Trick Room or something. That could be interesting. Do not make it auto set Trick Room. I think only one Pokemon should have the ability to automatically set Trick Room, and it's Dialga. That should have been Primal Dialga's power. Or not Prime. Was it Primal? Were Dialga and Palkia's origin forms? They weren't called Primal, were they? Were they just Origin Dialga and Origin Palkia? I can't remember if they got official names for their forms. Let me check that. Okay, yeah, it was origin form. Yeah, I feel like Origin Form Dialga should have gotten a new ability that, like, lets it auto-set Trick Room. Or an ability that lets moves that require a recharge or a charge turn bypass it automatically. And do that for the whole field, so, like, if the opponent uses Xerneas with Geomancy, they also get to bypass it. I think that'd be kind of crazy, but... You know, it's an Uber's level Pokemon, so it should get it. Alright, 57. How am I? I'm a little tired. I woke up a little late despite going to bed early last night. I mean, early for me is still like 1:30 a.m., but I went to sleep early and I woke up late. And I mean, that's probably because the day before I only got an hour and a half of sleep. So I was running on like basically no energy, but still. I wish I had woke up a little bit earlier so I could have gotten some work done today, but didn't have a lot of time for it. So I had to go run around Kitakami and look for freaking Gliscor, and I gave up and I just evolved it. Gliscor. Gliscor is a cool Pokemon. I've looked at the Pokemon in XD Gale of Darkness so many times, you'd think that I would have memorized what's in there by now. But I just was like, I was sitting here thinking, I was like, wait, can you get Onix or Steelix in XD? And I don't think you can, but I was thinking about it. I was like, wait, can you get those guys? Sorry about that. No worries, no worries. It happens. I actually did briefly consider canceling today's stream. Just so that, not because I'm too tired, like I've got the energy for it, but I was like, I could cancel today's stream since we're just doing Vanillite shiny hunts and try and get a little more work done on my project. But I decided not to. Maybe we'll make it shorter and we'll just try and like find a shiny today. And if that takes like 3 hours, then we'll call it after 3 hours instead of going later. We'll see. Play it by ear. Where does that phrase come from, by the way? Play it by ear. It's a weird phrase. I would guess maybe it comes from like music. Like you're going off script, you're playing it by ear. Too lazy to hunt? Did you find anything you wanted to hunt, or did you not find anything you wanted? Not good at reading music. I don't know anything about music, sadly. I wish I did. If Brandy learned an instrument, what would he play? What is Brandy's signature instrument? If you were gonna associate me with an instrument, what do you think would fit me? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Piano or violin? Nice. I like both of those, actually. I also really like the... what's it called? The aqua harmonica, I think? No, it's not an aqua harmonica. Was it aqua monica? I can't remember what it's called, but it was this really pretty instrument they used in the Fontaine Orchestra for Genshin. Doing a violin stream, but you have to draw a photo or maybe put on a Halloween mask. Gotcha. Yeah, sadly, I just don't know much about playing instruments. I wasn't ever any good at it. I wish I was more musically inclined, but just not in my skill set, unfortunately. It's okay. I have thought about one day maybe commissioning a Hoodie Angel Brandy theme song or something. Like a special piece of background music for streams or something, but not a huge priority. There are a lot of other things I'd rather pick up first. We need Brandy 2.0. Alright, we got more ice creams over here. Hi, Jared! Instruments are hard to learn. Yeah. Welcome in, how are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. What is up? We're just, we're running into these ice cream cones. Yeah, I think if I were going to learn an instrument, I'd want to do either like violin or piano. Those are like my two favorites. There's another one that I like decently, but I can't remember what it was, so it was like a distant third. Doing good, how are you? I'm a little sleepy, but I'm okay. It's good to hear that you're doing well, though. Yeah, we're just trying to get our silly little ice creams here. Without much luck. We have passed, I didn't even comment on it. Normally I comment when we pass the 69 mark, but we did pass that a while ago. This is check number 79 here. Almost at 1,800 ice cream cones. That'll give you a stomach ache. Yeah, Brilliant Aura method is really more like random encounter method, featuring slightly better odds with Brilliant Auras if you take the time to set it up. But I'm not even convinced that taking the time to set up the Brilliant Aura is worth it at this point. Two will give you a stomach ache. You don't do sugar much. I love sugar. Brandy adores sugar. I didn't have sugar today, but I did have some sour powder in my drink this morning. Probably not the best way to start off the day, but that's okay. It tasted good. $83. If you get home early from work, you'll make the Togetic drink. Togi, 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 Togi. Togi, Togi, Tick, Togi, Togi. Oh, from the wedding. Gotcha. And there's a Brilliant Aura. Once again, you have failed me. You failed me, Vanillite. You failed me, Brilliant Aura. What is the point of you? I shall dispose of you and get new henchmen that work properly. And by that, I mean sandwiches. Brilliant Aura is a social experiment. I think we need to defund this particular experiment. It's not working. The results have not been particularly useful. Would you rather have a Brilliant Aura son or a Scarlet Sandwich daughter? Actually, sandwiches are too good to be compared to Brilliant Aura. What's the other worst shiny hunting method? That's spicy. Like, all the other really bad... Oh, you know what? Brilliant Aura son or Curry shiny daughter. They're both pretty bad. I still want to do a curry hunt eventually, though. Just for the uniqueness of it, because it's like a very different shiny hunt method. The sad thing about curry hunts, though, is they're not affected by the shiny charm, which really sucks. I guess I would rather have Curry Shiny Hunt daughter than a Brilliant Aura son, because at least once you get the Curry Shiny, it's guaranteed to have the Curry mark. But Brilliant Aura hunting, there's like no guarantee that you'll get anything off of it. It's actually insanely lucky that we found our Torkoal that fast. Oh, Delibird, where'd you come from? This Delibird just popped in. Delibird pops in. The worst, most controversial Smash Bros. Edition of all time. I know there'd be a few people who would think it's funny. There are people who actually think Piranha Plant was a good inclusion, and it was not. That could have been my boy Rex. I will forever be upset about that. Rex absolutely deserved to be in Smash Bros. It makes me so mad. I know we got Pyra and Mythra eventually, but Rex is such a cool character. I love Rex. Double spinning edge, double spinning edge, double spinning edge. Anchor shot. Let's teach him a thing or three. God, I love Xenoblade. No, I actually, after the direct yesterday, I saw a few. It wasn't very many. Most people are realistic and very chill. But I actually saw someone complaining we didn't get Xenoblade last direct. And I'm like, what the heck do you mean? We literally got a Xenoblade game earlier this year. Why did you think Xenoblade was going to be in the direct? Be realistic, dude. We're probably 2 years away from the next Xenoblade announcement. And that's being, like, really generous. That's assuming that they immediately started working on the next thing. Probably after 3, before even X. And Monolith Soft has been growing, but they're still a relatively small dev team. Like, Monolith Soft is only like, I think like 100 to 150 people. No, that doesn't sound right. But we just passed 1,800. Let me check. Okay, actually I was wrong. Yeah, Monolith Soft's employee count increases to 299 as of December 2024. So right now they're probably around 300 employees, which is a little bit bigger than I thought. But considering they work on a lot of different projects, it is a little smaller than what you would expect for such an important dev team at Nintendo. because they make their own games. They make the Xenoblade games, but they also work on a bunch of different other projects supporting as a studio. So like they helped with the map for Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. They helped with the map for Scarlet. I think they helped with Mario Kart World. So like they come in and help with a lot of other projects. And I genuinely think Monolith Soft is like the best studio at Nintendo. Maybe not the best, but I think they are, of the studios Nintendo has acquired, I think they are the most important one. Not that Nintendo goes out of their way to acquire that many studios, but they picked up Monolith Soft and they've been instrumental in helping with a lot of stuff, so I have a lot of respect for Monolith Soft. But since they are still on the small side and considering how many other projects they help with, and they just dropped Xenoblade X Definitive Edition, I wouldn't think that we see Xeno 4 until at least 2 or 3 years out. Especially because the Xenoblade games are pretty big. I was shocked, actually. I thought Xenoblade 3 was going to be a Switch 2 title. And in fact, I've seen speculation that instead of a Xeno 4 next, we'll get like Xenoblade 2 Definitive Edition for Switch 2 with like all the DLC bundled in. Which just all the DLC already makes it kind of worthwhile if you don't have it already. But like touch up the models and stuff, iron out some things. I could definitely see that. And then after that we'll get Xeno 4. Because Xeno 2 is almost 10 years old, which is wild to think about, but like that's still a modern game in my head, but it's almost 10 years old. 2017. It was a early game for the Switch. One day I'd love to play Xenoblade, but it's just such a commitment. If anyone jumps in partway through the gameplay, I have to like explain what's happening, and explaining what the heck is happening in Xenoblade 2 is quite an ordeal. There's a lot of moving parts in that story. I literally, when I played it, I was so confused. I was like perpetually confused for the first half of the game. They just kept saying things and I was like, oh yeah, right, that guy. I know who that is, totally. I will say early game Xeno 2 is kind of on the weak side, and it makes it a little difficult to recommend to people. Like, I think the payoff is absolutely worth it, because once you get the hang of the gameplay and you start to understand the story and understand the characters, it is phenomenal. But the first like 15 hours or so are kind of difficult to like understand what the heck is happening, and it just makes it hard to recommend. Because I am usually of the opinion that if a game takes 15 hours to get good, it's probably not worth it, but Xeno 2 actually is worth it, but it's so hard to recommend at that point. Because like I'll see other people, they're like, oh yeah, you should watch this anime, it gets good 30 episodes in, and I'm like, I don't want to watch 30 episodes just for the chance that the story gets good. Like, come on. And the other show that I feel kind of the same way about is Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal. I love Zexal to death, but it takes like... It starts to get good like 30 episodes in, and it makes it a really hard sell. Like, literally, I didn't start watching Zexal from episode 1. I started watching from like episode 40. Episode 42 or something like that. And then I went back and I rewatched those episodes that I missed, but... Actually, no. Might have been more like 50. Episode 50. It was near the end of the Heartland arc that I started watching. Because So I was curious about the numbers cards. Episode 124, frame 100, it'll get good, yeah. That's how I feel when someone recommends that I watch One Piece. I'm like, do you understand how long that show is? And I have watched, I watched like the first 2 seasons of One Piece, and I read a decent chunk of the manga back when it was like, back when I was a kid, but it's like, that is so much of an ask. Slow burner animes are rarely good. Yeah, like even Madoka, I really liked Madoka Magica, but it like I spent like so much of the first story like asking like, okay, when is Madoka gonna get her powers? When is she gonna get her powers? So I was like just like sitting here waiting in anticipation. I was like, I know everyone says this gets really good, but like even on 12 episodes, that one had like a start that I felt was a little too slow. So like recommending like a 30 episode wait is just like kind of hard for me to do. And that's why even though I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, it's just like, it's kind of hard. To be fair, I think most Yu-Gi-Oh! Series have like kind of a slow start. I don't care for 5D's start. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX early episodes are just kind of like slice of life and don't feel terribly connected to anything that's happening. And Arc V's start was so slow that I dropped it after 10 episodes. I think the only Yu-Gi-Oh! Series that actually has a really strong starting is the original series. It jumps in. Immediately you fight Kaiba. Immediately he fights Pegasus. And then immediately the Duelist Kingdom starts. There's like no like, oh, let's just go over here and talk to this guy for an episode. You know, none of that slow burn stuff in the first series. And I don't even like the original series as much as the others. I think the payoff in the other series is worthwhile, but it does make it hard to recommend. Explains why you like getting chapter books. I guess. I'm not sure what the connection is there. Okay, we got another Vanillite. Come on. Yeah, it's not even that I'm not patient, because like I'll sit here and I'll shiny hunt, and that takes patience. But like so many shows or games, it's just like it's hard to recommend to people if the hook isn't strong. You know, that's probably something that 2 of my favorite games, with Phantom Brave and Mother 3 both do kind of well, is within the first, like, even though they have kind of a slow start, they have a point at the very beginning that kind of hooks you and kind of like teases, okay, there's a lot more going on here. So like you start by seeing, okay, bad things are happening immediately, but then it kind of slows it down and it lets you take time to really get to know the characters and stuff and set up the world. But because it already gave you that hook at the beginning, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm fine with sitting through this a little bit. All right, 1828. I think I yapped about that for 28 checks. Jeez. Do we have any more Vanillites here? Might re-roll the area soon. I feel like we're filling up on Clangs over here. Want to get some of those guys out of here. Are we sure that Scarlet's shiny odds aren't broken? Maybe there's a bug in Scarlet where just Vanillite specifically can't be shiny. Like hearing me yap? Thank you. I'm glad. It's my only good talent. That's what we need. We need the... My first piece of merch is going to be Hoodie Angel Brandy marketable plushie, but it talks. And it just talks a lot. Muted? I don't think so. It says that I'm talking just fine. It says that my microphone is working. I did mute myself for 2 seconds while I coughed, but I didn't interrupt anything I was actually saying. You can hear me just fine. Okay, good. Thank you. Alright, Snowrunt. If we were gonna get a random shiny during this, not what I'm looking for, Snowrunt would be a pretty cool one. I do want to shiny hunt Snowrunt eventually with a mark, but... Although maybe instead of a mark for Snowrunt, I'd want to do a ribbon on it. We could do like Sinnoh Champion Snowrunt or something. One of the Sinnoh ribbons would be cool. But I do like Snowrunt. Oh, thought you muted by accident. No. If I go mute for a split second, there's a chance I just like coughed or sneezed or something, so I muted myself so I wouldn't blow out your eardrums. So I appreciate telling me when I'm muted, but it'd probably be best to like wait like a few seconds and make sure that it like I'm still trying to actually talk or something, instead of just immediately saying I'm muted, because then I'll get confused. But I still appreciate it. Thank you. All right, more Vanillites. Dude, we're almost at 1850. That was a good year, I think. Brandy looks it up. 1850 was the year with the most tragedies of all time. All right, 1840, 1841. I'm trying to remember what the longest Torkoal hunt was. We might have passed it. The Vanillites might be more cursed than the Torkoals, which is kind of hard to imagine, but it seems to be the case. Oh, right. I got sidetracked. We need a Hoodie Angel Brandy marketable plushie that talks. What kinds of things would it yap about? We'll make it like have different odds of saying things, and 1 out of 100 times it just says the entire B-movie script. 1 in 1,000 chance it just says it starts reciting the entire script of my Coliseum video. And then usually it just says rally luck, rally luck. And then we could do a cheerleader version where it's me in the cheerleader outfit going rally luck, rally luck. Dude, imagine Brandy acrylic stand of the cheerleader version. That'd be so cute. Or cheerleader Brandy stickers. It's time to duel. Oh, hold on. Oh, right. I did forget to put on the I forgot to enable the throwing system, sorry. I always forget to enable it. I hate that it's not natively supported by VTube Studio. Let me fix that redeem real quick. I'll redo the redeem so it actually functions properly. Yeah, I always forget. I put it right next to VTube Studio on my list, and I just always forget. Oh, reward is on cooldown. I'm the mod. I'm the mod. What do you mean? What do you mean? I should be able to bypass the cooldown. Hold on, maybe I can. Oh, I'm not. That makes me sad. Let me refund your channel points real quick. I feel bad. Yeah, refund the points back. Oh. There it went. I don't know why it worked now. I refunded the points and then suddenly it triggered. Well, that's weird. At least you should have gotten your points back, though. So that's cool. Very odd. Here, I'll throw some extra things to make up for it. Oh, there's Booster. Booster again. I want to see Booster again. One more Booster. Booster? Should I add Togepi into the list of things you can throw? I could add Togepi. You got him back. Nice. I'm glad. Sorry it was a little scuffed because I forgot to put it in to begin with. That's my fault. Throw into the throwing animation. Throw is such a weird Pokemon. Sock and Throw are very odd. Very odd little guys. I would not say they are among my favorites. I don't hate them, but I would not list them among my favorites. They're like probably like a bottom 100 Pokemon. Actually, I like Throw more than Sock. I am more annoyed with Sock because it has Sturdy. And I remember all the times I'd fight Marshall and his Sturdy Sock would just like sit there on 1 HP and then kill something. And I'd be like, oh, come on. That's spicy. Nice. You can't say that. Yeah, you can't say that. Squish. Rally luck, rally luck. Hello, fledglings. It's Hoodie Angel Brandy. It's the Professor Byleth. Blushy, crushy. And Brandy's just a little guy. That is true. Brandy is just a little guy who does not deserve to encounter a Purloin. I don't want Purloin. I had to freshen up the unique fighting Pokemon somehow. Yeah, I mean, like, they're weird, and I'm fine with, like, having some weird Pokemon like that. It's cool, but, like, I don't know. I'm always weirded out by Pokemon that, like, are just born wearing clothing. It's like the same thing with Machamp. It's like, this Pokemon is born wearing a belt. Well, no, I guess Machamp isn't born with that, but it, like, just, it evolves and it suddenly has a belt, and it's like, what? Where'd that come from? Yeah, I forgot Machop actually doesn't have a belt, so it's not born with it. So it's a little different there, but it's like, I think it would be fine if there was a pre-evolution and it evolved by like giving it like a black belt item or something, you know? Then I'd be like, yeah, okay, cool. That makes sense. But like the fact they just have clothes out of nowhere is so weird to me. Similar with like Alakazam, and it just like, oh, it just has spoons now. What? I never particularly loved Pokemon that are like carrying things or have like clothes on them. I think Tinkaton is a little bit more of an exception though, because it like specifically makes those, but But most of them, it's just like, oh yeah, this thing, you hatched it out of an egg and suddenly it has a leak in it. Or Cubone, it's like, oh, it just has bones already. Where did these come from? Very odd. Very odd little guys, but that's okay. Let you find motivation to clean your room and or draw tomorrow. Rally luck. I hope you can find the motivation, Morph. I cleaned my room a little bit after yesterday's stream. That's also probably why I was low energy, is because I had to clean up a little bit. Because I made quite a mess doing those crafts. But I love how they turned out. They looked super cute, so. I love my little hair titans. I did amazing, thank you. Maybe I should get some clip-on earrings that I can carry in my tins as well. Not real earrings. I'm not interested in getting my ears pierced again, but just some itty-bitty clip-on ones. Would that be cute? Not that you'd be able to see them because my hair's always in the way. Probably not worth it. No, my right ear is pierced, but I haven't worn an earring for over a decade, so. And it is a regret, actually. I don't like that. I wish I hadn't gotten my ear pierced. Yeah, I'm not a big jewelry guy. I don't really like the feeling of metal on my skin that much. It feels uncomfortable to me. So I don't really often wear bracelets, rings, or things like that. If I were a trainer, how would I wear my Mega Stone? I've thought about this. I mean, the obvious answer is probably just like a pin like Steven has. But I could also see if I had it on a hair tie. The mega hair tie. Like how on my summer version here, I've got my hair tied up in the back. It would be like a gold band like that, but instead it would have a Mega Stone on it that I would use to Mega Evolve my Pokemon and do Z moves and stuff. Another option I thought was like some kind of like back accessory to represent my wings, but I like the hair tie idea the most. And who can forget Cynthia's iconic Mega Lipstick? I guess technically I could have it be on something that isn't like something I'm wearing. Brandy with lipstick? No, I'm not saying I would wear the lipstick. Cynthia has lipstick. I would probably not do lipstick because I don't like things on my lips very much. I very rarely even use my chapstick, and that's why my chapstick lasted so long that people got angry and made me throw it out. Oh, you did do a head pat, thank you. Head pat, thank you. Yeah, sorry, I got to yapping about stuff. Picturing my mega hair tie or something. I'd maybe do a bracelet, though. I'm not big on bracelets, but I could see wearing a bracelet. That's kind of the boring option, but I could do a bracelet. Ooh, or I could do a hair clip. Mega hair clip would go kind of hard. Oh, last time I forgot to mention we were at check number 69, but this is check 68, so the next one is 69, so that's nice. That will be nice, and it will be a shiny. 1869, right? That's the shiny? Come on, 1869 shiny. No, not nice. Not nice. I'm still thinking about those stickers, though. Brandy stickers of Cheerleader Brandy that go Rally Luck. That sounds so cute. I put the Rally Luck in the Coliseum video, by the way. It pops in a few times, actually. I think I used it like 3 different times. You love stickers? I just don't know what to put my stickers on. What do people put stickers on normally? I also used Professor Brandy in the Coliseum video, although Professor Brandy was actually made with the Coliseum video in mind first and foremost. Headphones, binders, water bottles. I don't use any of those often enough. I'm not putting it on my water bottle, though. My water bottle is too special. See, what I was thinking is I would take my stickers and I would turn them, I'd put them on magnetic sheets and then get like a board or something so I could like put the stickers or put the magnets on things and use the stickers as magnets. I like the idea of being able to not have them permanently attached to something. That just feels better to me. $18.75, by the way. And 1876. 76 is lucky, but not in this case. Oh, we passed... Oh, I didn't even notice. We passed 777 earlier. I didn't notice. That only comes once every 1,000 checks. What a shame. We didn't get to go gambling. 666. 666 isn't that interesting, though. That's just a number. It's less interesting than, like, 669 or 699. Those are more interesting numbers that include 6 in it. Alright, 1879. Oh, this one would have been cool because 87 or oh no, I can't count. I was like it'd be 789. Nope, that we already passed that. I literally can't count. All right, number 80 was not a shiny, even with the Brilliant Aura. My first actual piece of merch will just be a t-shirt that says Brilliant Aura is a scam. And everyone's gonna be like, what the heck does this mean? Would you buy the Brilliant Aura is a scam merch? Ifnor. I am the mighty King Ifnor, Lord of Primal Fire, Warrior of the Deep Mountain. What brings you to my court? And then Brandy has to fight Ifnor to gain his alliance and his strength and his troops. Or something, I don't know. Invest in Brilliant Aura coins now. Ugh. Crypto scammer Brandy alt when? Okay, actually, hold up. I was thinking about something similar to that. Not a crypto scammer because gross. I was thinking about shady salesman Brandy. Shady salesman Brandy. Wait. What? Yes. Play the... It just auto-played another beach music, which is fine. I was thinking of a PNG tuber that was just me in a suit like Tanaka from Persona. Like this. Shady salesman Brandy. What do you guys think? And I would have the oh, music request. 1 second. And I would also have the sunglasses like in Persona 5. Won't even scam us out of thousands with crypto. No, I like you guys too much. We fit my routine for yoga. All right, let me check that and add it to our music. Thank you for the music request, Brisk. Let me pull up YouTube. Come on. I never had Wii Fit. I actually thought about like Wii Fit as a stream idea, but I don't have it, so I'd have to like see how much it is to get one. It's probably not an idea though after the last time I tried to exercise on stream and literally made myself sick. Why is there yoga? I'm not sure. It's calm though. It kind of fits the ice cream with the winter snow and everything. You have Wii Fit? Yeah, it wasn't something I ever got. I should have listened to you. You're right, I should have. But consider the fact that it was kind of funny, right? It was funny, right? Right? I was like, oh, I don't feel so good. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. And then 30 minutes later, I come back and I'm like, I threw up. Brandy wakes you up at 3 a.m. to tell you he threw up. ASMR. Speaking of ice cream, what's favorite flavor? I'm very boring. I think my favorite flavor is just vanilla. But after that, it's probably like mint chocolate chip and then like black cherry chocolate. I think those are my top 3. What about you? What's your favorite? I know I've asked a few times during these ice cream hunts, but not everyone was here for that, so. And if you want to say it again, feel free. Yeah, mint chocolate chip is amazing. I love mint chocolate chip. It's like very close with vanilla. I like vanilla a little more just because it's like you can put vanilla with like anything. Whereas every once in a while I'm not in the mood for vanilla or for mint, you know. So vanilla is like just a general all-rounder, and I appreciate that. Spumoni. My grandmother liked Spumoni. I never completely understood what it was, to be honest. Yo, why is this music actually like kind of nice? I like this. I'm gonna add this to the playlist actually. The playlist I'm working on. All right, sorry about that. Had to talk about something real quick. Chocolate, pistachio, and spumoni flavor, not favor. Flavor of cherry. You get it, and then your friends call you bougie for it. That was not the grandmother who liked spumoni, but my other grandmother's favorite word. She was always saying, "This is so bougie." I was like, what? That's not a real word. I mean, it is, but it's a very Y word. All right, let's save this to the music. I like the music for this playlist that I'm building is like mostly music that sounds like the sky or space, and now it also has yoga included. You know, the famous place to do yoga, the sky. Everyone's favorite, right? But yeah, I liked that a lot. Thank you for the music request, Brisk. Oh, messed up my shiny counter. I will fix that in a moment. There we go. Granny is hip with the current terms. Not anymore, sadly. I miss her. Thank you for the head pat, Brisk. Boop. Should look into making a playlist for your streams in case you get in trouble for Broadway music. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I mean, to be fair, it's also, I think it's less of an issue if you're not trying to like monetize your stuff. But like, I do it just to be safe. Also, because I might use like clips from things for like main channel videos, it helps protect my main channel. It's just like, to be on the safe side, I just avoid that stuff. I know there's ways to set it up so that when you save a VOD, it doesn't record the background music. But, which would actually be very helpful for editing clips for me, but I don't know how to set that up. I tried once and I got confused and broke everything, and my audio was completely messed up, and it took like 2 hours to get it fixed. So I was like, maybe not. Yeah, thank you for the head pat. Little head pat. Where's my... There we go. Head pat. I think I'm gonna cycle out some of my current emotes, because I think I've got a few slots left, but I've got like 4 more static emotes on the way, so I think I'm gonna cycle out a few of the ones that don't get used much. Oh, also we hit 1900. Let me update the counter. Oh, not 19. Wait, yeah, 1900. Thought I put 19,000. I was like, what? That's not right. Don't take TBH away. No, TBH is staying for sure. That's one of the most used emotes. That one has to stay. I'm gonna remove ones that don't get used very much. Cause like they say, they'll be like, oh yeah, your TBH emote was used in other chats 84 times this month. And I'm like, yeah, I'm definitely keeping that. People like that one. I want to remove the ones that I don't see used very often, which I think the one that gets used the least is definitely this one. I like this one in concept, but this one just doesn't get used very much. Also not sure on Blep. I like these two, but I could see replacing them. I could see replacing these ones, but I do like those two a lot. Those are probably the first 4 that I would replace, but I like all of them. Upbees is mostly just because it doesn't get used very much. You like the sketch emote? Yeah, I like that one because it's like taking notes, but it's also, it can also be used for like art and stuff. That one's like a dual purpose emote, which I appreciate. In fact, I think I use when I'm in other people's streams, I use the blushy emote more than you guys actually use it. That one might be safe just because I use it a lot. I really do like my blep emote. I need to see how many slots I've got. And to be fair, I can also, like, remove emotes and put them in my library and then re-enable them later. Oh, wait, hold on. I've been going up by 2 instead of by 1 each time, so I messed up. I should be at 4, 6. Yeah, I messed up my counting. There we go. Now it's fixed. Yeah, TBH Brandy will stay as long as people like using that one. And since that one's the most popular, I think it's pretty safe for the foreseeable future. I could also technically do like tier 1, tier 2 emotes or whatever, but right now I feel like I'm small enough that that doesn't matter. What if I did a second TBH, but it was TBH Lucas, but he's facing the other way so you can make them kiss? Nah, I don't have enough emote slots for that. I know there's also another extension you can do that like lets you put like infinite emotes that are like free to use. But I think it requires people to download something, and I don't want to, like... I wanted emotes that you guys could use without having to download anything. Yeah, it's like 7TV. I think there's a few different ones. There's like that, and there's like Better Twitch. There's like a few different options for it, but I didn't want to, like, force people to download things in order to get emotes. But I could potentially, if we eventually get enough emotes, I could make, like, an extension for that. So if you guys wanted to have more emotes, then you could download that and use that as well. But then we'd still have some emotes there, just in case you wanted to not do that. Hi, Super Plush Lord. Welcome to the stream. Also, thank you for the Togetic redeem. Let me get him in here. Tenshibi, where are you? There you are. Little guy. There's my little guy. Thank you so much, Super Plush Lord. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. What is up? Thank you for letting me know I did accidentally mute myself. Thank you. What was the last thing you heard me say? Thank you for letting me know, though. that was an accidental mute. I'm not even sure what muted me there, actually. I didn't press my mute button. I know I didn't press my mute button because my mute button messes up my calculator, and my calculator is working fine, so. I guess, secret behind the scenes info. My mute button is tied to the / key, which since I have the calculator open to track the shinies, if I mute myself, it changes instead of add 1, it changes it to divide. And so that's how I know I didn't mute myself on purpose. Something about Yugi being a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck? Oh, I know I didn't say that because that particular line is in response to Joey, actually. That is Kaiba talking to Joey, not Yugi. And that's how you know that I was too deep in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Brain rot, that I immediately recognized the context for that line. You're just a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. I like that line so much. That line goes hard. I feel like saying Joey's deck is fourth-rate might be a little generous, though. That deck is very bad. Joey with an actually good deck would be too powerful, though. Brandy knows the lore. I usually keep up with the lore in most games, but Genshin, I do not know all the lore. I know a good chunk of it, but there's a lot of Genshin lore that I just like kind of skimmed because it is too dense. Props to people who like study the lore. There's too much in Genshin. They add too much every patch and it's just like overwhelming to keep up with. I did keep up with the lore through like the first half of Sumeru, and then I was just like, I'm so overwhelmed, I give up. Yeah, maybe I muted myself when I asked, but Super Plush Lord, which plushies are you considering picking up? I would be curious. I want big Booster plushie. Booster! Who else could it be but Booster? Also, I was editing speaking of plushies, I was editing the shiny hunt the other day. And one of the clips I had saved to potentially include in the hunt, which I think I ended up cutting, just for time reasons. One of the clips I was considering was me talking about how I wanted to learn to sew so that I can make a life-size Togekiss plush. And that is still something I would be interested in doing. Learning how to use a sewing machine so I can make life-size Togekiss. That is 4 foot something. I think it's like 4'11" is Togekiss's height. Which probably is not its height, but its wingspan. Pokemon heights are weird because I can never tell what they're measuring. Sometimes it is just like how tall it is, but sometimes it seems to be like the length. It's hard to tell. Cause like Furret is like 6 something, right? And there's no way that Furret's length is like Furret's height is what's being measured there. It's got to be the length. Baniri, Alolan Vulpix, and Togetic. Ooh, those are fun ones. I like all of those. Togetic for sure. I got a really nice Togetic plush for very cheap. And Brisk just got an Alolan Vulpix recently. His name is Scotty. Scotty. Oh, Brilliant Aura, let's go. Brilliant Ice Cream, not shiny, jeez. Made yourself sad thinking of games backlog? I'm sorry. I have a bunch of games I want to play, but I'm like, man, I have to make thumbnails for it, and I have to schedule it. Ah. I'm too busy with the Coliseum video right now. That's why I kind of want to get a generic thumbnail for like going live. Like just a generic starting soon thumbnail that I can post when I don't have a specific game planned or something. Or when I don't want to make a thumbnail for a specific game. Because there are a few where I'm like, man, I'd like to play this, but I don't know what to put on the thumbnail for it. So like, you know, what do? Stretchity stretch. 41. Togekiss is 411 according to Heart Gold Soul Silver. Okay, that's what I thought, actually. I'm surprised that I remembered that. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's 411, but I was like, it might be like 4'9". I wish Togekiss was 4'10 instead of 4'11. It should be exactly 1 inch shorter on average, I think. Because then if you read it backwards... Oh, no. It'd have to be 4'1". So we need to remove 10 inches off Togetic. Or Togekiss, rather. Then it would be 104 backwards. Same height as the female player. That's for Heart Gold Soul Silver, so it's Lyra, right? Lyra, why are you so short? I guess that's why she wears the big hat to compensate. That's too mean. I'm not going to say anything. All right, we're almost to 1950. That was 1947. This is 1948. $1949. And then next is 1950. We are well over odds on this thing at this point. Which is not very fun. Jeez. Oh, shoot. I gotta pull up the calculator. There we go. 1951. Oh, Togekiss is still here, I forgot. He's been here for like 13 minutes, oops. That's okay. I like his company. He's a good little guy. Geez, so many Vanillites. I can't believe... I mean, I can, because that's just shiny hunting, but... It's so wild we're this far over odds on Vanillite, of all things. Like, Vanillite is fairly common, so it's not too bad, but... Imagine if this had the 20% encounter rate that the Torkoals have. Togekiss's Pokedex entry is kind of weird. Which one? Which one? I didn't think Togekiss's were too weird. Moral of your life is, man, if only my ability to do things wasn't nerfed to the ground, you'd be unstoppable otherwise. Nah, I feel that. I'm sorry, Morph. I'm sorry, but I feel that. I've got so many big ideas and so many not skill or resources to do them. Oh, Heart Gold, it starts with, as everyone knows. Right, that's a little weird when they go, as everyone knows, and then they just repeat something in the Pokedex. It's like, well... Apparently not everyone knows, because you had to put it in the Pokedex. Those ones are always kind of weird. But I do like the idea that everyone in Johto just knows about Togekiss. They're like, oh yeah, Togekiss, that's a cool Pokemon. Everyone knows about Togekiss. And all the mothers and fathers, they teach their children about Togekiss. Because it's the most important Pokemon to teach kids about. Everyone should know about Togekiss. Ho-Oh? Lugia? Absolutely not. No one needs to know about those. Lugia is so unimportant it doesn't even have lore. But Togekiss, everyone needs to know the Togekiss lore. This is a vital matter of great importance that everyone knows about Togekiss lore. Lugia, though? Nah, that thing is barely mentioned. Unironically, I consider Lugia an XD Gale of Darkness Pokemon more than I consider it a Johto Pokemon. That Pokemon was made for XD Gale of Darkness, and they just decided to put it in Johto like a few years earlier. When did Gold and Silver come out in Japan? Was that like 1999? I feel like. Yep, November 21st, 1999. So we could probably round that up to, say, start of 2000, just for ease of math. And that was August. Okay, so yeah, it was about 5 years early 5-year gap between XD Gale of Darkness release and Pokemon Gold and Silver release. So, yeah, Lugia was an XD Gale of Darkness Pokemon that they just released 5 years early. But they hadn't decided the lore for it yet, so they just kind of threw it in there. That's very funny. It's like, even the remake barely gave Lugia anything. Like, they added the Kimono Sisters, but do they say anything about Lugia? They're like, oh yeah, we gotta go to the Whirl Islands where Lugia sleeps. That's it. We don't know why we have to go there. Was Lugia a late edition? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think they just kind of didn't bother to give it any info. Yeah, Lugia is... I think Heatran has more lore than Lugia, and that's just kind of sad. But hey, Lugia is still ahead of Zero Aura and Zarude in terms of relevancy, so it's got that going for it. Those are the bottom of the barrel in terms of this Pokemon does not have lore or a reason to exist, in my opinion. Zarude literally doesn't even look like a legendary. I mean, Zero Aura also kind of doesn't, but like, I can at least buy Zero Aura as one, but Zarude just looks like a forgettable monkey Pokemon that you find in the middle of like the game. Like, if you slapped Zarude into Glimwood Tangle, I wouldn't even bat an eye. I'd be like, yeah, that checks out. That Pokemon fits this area. Hate that thing. Volcanion. Yeah, Volcanion's also pretty forgettable. Maybe ZA will change that. Maybe ZA will give Volcanion some actual lore and make it obtainable normally. Because they did that for like for Shaman in Legends Arceus. Shaman was just like chilling there. I mean, it didn't really expand on the lore, but it might give, like, if they do the same thing where they make it obtainable, they might expand on Volcanion lore at least a little bit, so that could be fun. Also, it'd be hype if we could get Diancie. Diancie is actually my favorite Mega Pokemon. I never used it because I don't like using Mythics and Legendaries very much. But Diancie is my favorite Mega Evolution. I desperately wish Diancie was just a regular Carbink evolution. They could have even done it like if Carbink and Diancie released now in Gen 9, I could have seen it being like Carbink was just a regular Pokemon, and then you catch Carbink, and it has a 1 in 100 chance of evolving into Diancie when it learns a certain move. It would be like the Dunsparce with the 3 segments, or Mousehold with the family of whatever. I can never remember if Mousehold is family of 3 or family of 4. That's the rare one. But like, they could have done it if Carbink released now, it would have been you just catch a Carbink in the wild, and it has a 1 in 100 chance of evolving into Diancie. Family of 3 is rare. Gotcha. That's what I always think, but I second guess myself because I'm like, oh, a family of 4 would be more rare, wouldn't it? 4 is more. I guess it's because of the Dunsparce that I question it. I'm like, it's rare to get a Dunsparce with 3 segments. So it would be rarer to get a family of 4 Mousehold, but I always get it backwards. But yeah, imagine Diancie if like Carbink, when it levels up to level 30 or something, it has a 1 in 100 chance of evolving into Diancie. That'd go crazy. Morph, no, don't say that. That sounds like the kind of government program, the kind of program the government would come up with, actually. We're teaching the mice how to wear those and then reintroducing them into the world to curb the mice population. That sounds like the kind of weird experiment the government would do. What would you call a singular tandem mouse? I saw a fake mon of it once and it made me laugh. They had a really good pun for it. It was like divorce rat or something like that. I can't remember what. I would love Tandem Mouse in its divorce arc. Oh no. Oh, this one's... Oh no, they get worse. Oh no, I shouldn't have looked this up. I was trying to find it again, but... Oh, these are something. Yeah, I couldn't find the one that I was looking for, but here's some pursed ones. Here's a normal dark variation. Everyone's favorite Pokemon, Mouse Steak. It gets worse. Here's Mouse Carriage. That one's sad. Here's the third Evo. R.I.P. Karen took the mouse. Mousehold divorce paper arc. And this one isn't bad. This one's just funny. Polyamorous. Karen took the mouse, my beloved. Yeah, what if the mice were swingers? What if? They would be too strong. They would have a population bomb that hits 4 times. Once for each person in the... Or 40 times. 10 for each mouse. Too many mice. Ah! Clank! Get away from me. Dude, we're almost to 2,000. 2,000 ice cream cones. Cursed. Cursed. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. We actually have some similar Pokemon with, like, we've got Crustle and we've got, Shelmet into Excelgor, where they lose the shell, or like they have like the big shell, like the hermit crab for Crustle, and then Shelmet where it loses the shell. But now I'm reading Karen Took the Mouse. I read it as like Karen Took the House, and it made me think they should make a hermit crab Pokemon that, like, after battle, if it got hit with a physical attack, its shell breaks and it doesn't have a shell, and then it evolves by once its shell breaks, you can take it and give it an item, and it'll evolve to fit the new shell. It would have like different versions based off which item you give it, and the item, like the different forms, would have different stats. So like you could have like a paper cup that you give it, and it would evolve into that form with the paper cup, and it would have like low defense because it's paper, but it'd be able to move faster. And then you could give it like a sturdy shell, and it's really good defense, but its speed drops super low. And then you could give it like another, like a thimble or something, and it's like, oh, it's got good special defense, but its defense is okay, but its speed is really low, like even lower maybe. I don't know. I think that'd be cool. Hermit crab Pokemon that like changes its shell as the form change would be crazy. Maybe I'm just thinking too much about Another Crab's Treasure. I want to play that game. It looks so fun. All right, 1990. 10 more and then we'll be at 2K, which is too much. I've thought about shiny hunting Mousehold actually, but its shiny just sucks. I don't know what happened with Scarlet and Violet, but the shinies suck in that game. All the paradoxes turn chrome, or all the future paradoxes turn chrome, which I don't immediately hate, but I think they should have had more like detailed accents, like different accent colors and stuff to make them still stand out from each other. The past shinies are actually pretty good. Those ones are fine. But then you've got like Charcadet, Ceruledge, and Armarouge, where they're like super cool Pokemon, only the eyes change. It's like, what's up with this? Tandemaus, it's like really subtle. I think like the pants change or something like that, and they turn like slightly goldish, but it's like really hard to see. I don't know what happened with Scarlet and Violet, but Goldengo shiny, atrocious. I don't know what happened. Tandemaus shiny gray. Yeah, it could have been they got gray hair from having to raise so many children. Right? That's what happens when you raise children, they turn your hair turns gray. Let me just double check shiny Tandemaus. Yeah, that is very subtle. I was like, I'm pretty sure that one sucks, but I want to see the other shiny what other shinies suck in Gen 9? I know there are some good ones. Rellor, as much as I hate that Pokemon, is actually pretty okay. Capskid is fine. Okay, not all of them are bad, but the ones that are bad are really bad. Meowscarada is also kind of underwhelming. Meowscarada could have been a lot different. Quaquaval also kind of. And I know black shinies are kind of overrated, but I feel like black Skeledirge would have gone crazy hard. As it stands, pink Skeledirge is okay, but it's not like amazing. Shiny Mashchiff is kind of underwhelming. Annihilate, I feel like should have turned like red or something. Paldean Tauros also sucks. Yeah, okay, less of the Paldean shinies are bad than I remembered. Oh, Bramblin and Bramblegast are also kind of lame. Well, I guess I can kind of see what they're going for with Bramblegast, but Bramblin is kind of too similar, I think. Oh, and Wattrel and Kilowattrel are also kind of underwhelming. Yeah, they're not as bad as I remembered overall, but there are a lot of duds, in my opinion, for Gen 9. Oh, Flamigo's also kind of lame, but I don't know what else you do with a Flamingo, to be honest, so... Like, well, no, shush. I don't want to click on that. Like, I don't know that a green Flamingo would have made a whole lot of sense, to be fair. You miss Spiky Ear Pichu? I would have cared more about Spiky Ear Pichu if she could have left the game she was locked into. Legends Johto will bring back Spiky Ear Pichu, trust. I don't even have faith that that would happen. I was thinking about what you would do with Legends Johto, and I just couldn't think of anything interesting. Like, the only thing I can think of is to make it about the burned tower and show us the original Entei, Raikou, and Suicune before they got revived, but, like... Can you make a whole game based off of that? I don't know. And that still leaves Lugia with 0 lore, by the way. If the game's centered around the burned tower, it leaves Lugia with 0 lore. And that's hilarious. Why is it locked to Heart Gold Soul Silver? At least it's in Smash Ultimate. Is it in Smash Ultimate? I literally don't remember that. I think that goes to show how much I cared about Pichu returning. Also, we just hit, this was check number 2000, so we have hit officially 2,000 ice cream cones. No shiny. What is this? Let me add that to the list, actually. All right, we are well over odds at this point. But yeah, I didn't particularly care too much about Spiky Ear Pichu, but like, I don't know. Weird that they went to the trouble to make it and didn't bring it forward. I think if it released now, they absolutely would have let you at least transfer it into home. Because they did that for like the Ash Hat Pikachus. They should do that, actually. They should bring back Spiky Ear Pichu and make it a, like, 1 in 1,000 chance to find one. Kind of like a shiny. And make it so it can't evolve, but it, like, boosts its stats way high. So it's, like, on par with, like, Raichu or something, right? Basically make it like Blood Moon Ursaluna, actually. They could even, yeah, instead of making it a 1 in 1,000, just bring it back as like a static encounter that you only get one of, but it's like got crazy good stats. Why not? Have a little whimsy for Pichu, the little guy of all Pokemon. That could be fun. Imagine they make this crazy cracked Pichu, and then you hear, oh yes, Worlds 2027. Everyone's running spiky ear Pichu. What a timeline that would be. Ah yes, everyone has to beware spiky ear Pichu because it does carry Surf to deal with all those ground types, so it's not a safe answer. I've heard of some people teching in Gastrodon on their teams just to deal with spiky ear Pichu. Will this end up coming into play in the meta of today's tournament? We'll have to see. Absolutely deranged sentences. But yeah, I didn't care too much about spiky ear Pichu. I did have it, and I had the event actually. With the shiny Pichu. I think I did transfer up my shiny Pichu. And then spiky ear Pichu, I killed her. It was me. I did it. I murdered her in cold blood. I deleted my file because I did not care. I wanted to have a new Heart Gold Soul Silver file, so I deleted her. Sent her straight to the Shadow Realm. Think your shiny Pichu is still in your Soul Silver file. Yeah, I deleted my or he got lost when you lost your black copy. Oh no, not black. Oh, black is so good though. I deleted my Heart Gold file last year, actually. Actually, was it last year? It might have been this year. Yeah, I think it was actually earlier this year that I deleted it. I think it was like in spring of this year I deleted the file. Now I'm using it to breed Pokemon for Gen 4. Because Heart Gold Soul Silver has the best breeding mechanics in Gen 4. They're still not as good as like Gen 5, Gen 6 breeding mechanics, but they're the most smooth in that game, so that's what I'm using to breed. I think that's when they added power items passing down stats, was in Heart Gold Soul Silver. So which games do you have, Morph? Are you able to transfer Pokemon from like Gen 4 to Gen 5, or did you lose your only copy of a Gen 5 game to do the transfers? You have black 2 or white 2. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've made very sure to maintain at least one game from each generation to keep transfers possible. I was really upset when I lost my copy of Black 2 because that's my favorite game. But I was like okay with it because I still had my copies of Black and White, so I could still transfer forward. And if I had lost all my Gen 5 games, I would absolutely be saving to buy a new copy of it. Because transferring the Pokemon forward is very important to me. But I did eventually find my Black 2 copy, so it all worked out. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. I don't remember. Did I ever ask what's your absolute favorite Pokemon game, Morph? Which one's your actual favorite one? I've thought about doing a Pokemon games tier list, but I'm not sure. think it's X and Y gameplay-wise, Sun and Moon story-wise. That's fair. That's very fair. Like, X and Y is, like, rightfully criticized for being too easy. But I don't know. For some reason, X and Y is just, like, really fun to go through, and that's why I played it more than most games. It's just, like, really fun, like, a fun thing to just go through. Like, objectively, I would not say it's the best region or anything, because it's, like, very linear. But the environments are just really cool. It's like a really, really chill game to just kind of mash through. And then Sun and Moon are very good story-wise. The good story games, I would say, are like Black and White, Sun and Moon, and Scarlet and Violet. But if I think in terms of my favorites, my favorite is Black and White 2. And then like right behind that is probably Platinum, Black and White, Emerald. In that order, probably. And then after Emerald, I probably give it to either Sun and Moon or Ultra Sun and Moon. I'm not sure which. Like, Ultra Sun and Moon are better games, but Sun and Moon has better story, so. But Sun and Moon also has Totem Wishy-Washy. And I like Wishy-Washy, so maybe I give it to regular Sun and Moon. Is that a really dumb thing to use to determine which one's better? Yes. But consider that I just really like Wishy-Washy. And I really wish it was a good Pokemon. Wishy-Washy's concept is like one of the coolest in the entire series. I want Mega Wishy-Washy desperately. Mega Wishy-Washy gets the 100 base stat total, and it's like always in schooling form. And instead it just gets like a regular ability like... Ooh, give it an ability called, like... You'd have to give it new moves to go with it, but, like, what if it had an ability called, like, Feeding Frenzy? And moves that drain health are boosted. It does more damage with moves that drain health. I guess if it worked like an upgraded schooling, so you still revert if you drop below like 1/4 HP into regular Wishy-Washy, but it like gets a boost on moves that like drain health so that it can maintain its form better. I think that'd be a really cool direction to take the Mega. Like I said, you'd have to give it some more draining moves to work with for that to work, but that'd be super cool. Wishy-Washy was my favorite water type going into Gen 7. It got overtaken by Toxapex because Toxapex is just really hilarious, and its design is cool too, but more than that, its gameplay is just funny. And it's also like on par with like Primarina, but Gen 7 just had a lot of good Pokemon. Gen 7, my beloved. Best overall regional decks in my opinion. Ooh, you know what would be cool actually? Instead of a Mega Crabominable, I would like an alternate evolution for Crabrawler. Like, Crabominable is fine, but give it a split evolution. Lean more into the fighting aspect of it. Make it called like Krabash or something like that. Give it like even bigger claws to smack things with. Give it like Hammer Arm. Keep it pure fighting. I think that'd be cool. So when I think about like designs I don't love from Gen 7, like the main one that comes to mind is like Cravominable. That and I guess Gumshoes. Gumshoes though is more just very unfortunate similarities to a real world person. It's not really Gumshoes' fault. Like, the design on its own in a vacuum would be kind of cool. Like, I get what they were going for, but, like, unfortunate, right? Got reminded of Nihilego Lucamine Fusion. Yeah, that one's awesome. Imagine if they did a Mega Nihilego that, like, kind of looked like that form. Obviously not with Lucamine inside of it, but like where it turns like big blobby black with like all the different colors and stuff. Oh, what? Why did it turn? It turned like bright sun for a brief moment. That was weird. That was very odd. I don't know why it did that. But yeah, Sun and Moon just had such a good dex. It's a shame that so many Pokemon from Sun and Moon just kind of suck. Like Toucanon is Curse of Route 1 Bird. Wishy-Washy is penalized too hard with its schooling gimmick and not rewarded enough for keeping it online. Minior, kind of similar thing. It's like it's too one-dimensional with its options with basically, you can do like two things with Minior. You can set up Stealth Rocks and Explode, which isn't exciting because lots of Pokemon can do that. Or you play into its gimmick with Shields Down, and it doesn't have enough move variety to really take advantage of it. Toxapex is good, Incineroar is good. Primarina's pretty good in like doubles, but Decidueye doesn't have like anything going for it, which really sucks. Alolan Raichu doesn't do anything. Speaking of, we've got the Hau'oli City music playing. Let's go. Bruxish is like a really cool concept, but like doesn't have the stats to back it up. Like Bruxish just needs more power, I think. Just give it a bit more stats. Ribombee saw some competitive success. Araquanid as well. Golisopod, that's another one. Great Pokemon, ruined by its gimmick. I think Golisopod would really only need to have emergency exit slightly reworked and just make it so that it's like, because it swaps immediately, right? If you made it swap at the end of the turn, Golisopod would be fixed, I think. Like, it still wouldn't really be designed to be a setup sweeper, but like it would just like be able to get in its hit before it swaps. And since it swaps at the end of the turn, you could like kind of plan for next turn. I think that'd be great. Also, we have hit 2050. And then it would also give emergency exit a reason to exist besides Wimp Out, because right now there's no reason for Wimp Out and emergency exit to both exist. They're the same ability. But if Wimp Out was immediately swap and then emergency exit was at end of turn it swaps, I think that'd be fine. Yeah, Golisopod is another great design that's just kind of held back by not great ability. I don't know what it was with Alola, but they just decided nothing was allowed to be fast in that gen. And it hurts a lot of Pokemon. Decidui the most, because, like, what the heck is that speed? Decidueye's stats are so weirdly allocated, it makes me so mad. Lurantis is also pretty slow. I kind of understand Lurantis, though. It is, like, it's got Contrary, and it's also a grass type, so, like, it either just becomes Superior 2, or you make it, like, a slow version of Superior, so, like, I get it. Lurantis is actually, like, kind of fine. I think it could use a buff a little bit, but I feel like Lurantis is a good candidate for a Mega from Alola. Not every Pokemon needs a Mega, but I think Lurantis would be a good fit for one. Dhelmise is another good, interesting Pokemon concept because its ability basically gives it a third stab. But, like, what is Dhelmise doing, though? Like, give it stuff to work with. They made Wimpout solely to annoy you personally when you tried to catch Wimpod. To be fair, I think most people were annoyed with Wimpout. I'm like the only person who didn't care because I just caught it without weakening its health. I was like, I don't care. I was just like, I just chuck ball here. Let's go. But you know, at least one person found a shiny Wimpod as their first encounter and didn't know that attacking it would make it run away. You know, at least one person had that happen. And that is hilarious and tragic. Like, it's tragic, but it's also very funny. Hi, Maisie. Welcome back. Just got home, and you're doing good. That's good to hear. I'm glad that you're doing well. Welcome back. We're still chugging away at this. We have hit over 2,000 with no shiny, which is wild, but bear in mind, odds are 1366. We are almost 700 over odds. Gross. I'm trying to remember, are there any other... Ooh, yeah, like, Turtonator and Drampa are also just kind of meh. Oranguru, I thought was going to be a lot more prevalent in doubles than it ended up being. Passimian also sounded like kind of interesting on paper, but it didn't ever do anything. I think Passimian's just way too hard to play around. And then Alolan Muck has that same power, but I don't think you actually run Power of Alchemy on Alolan Muck. Vikavolt also held back by just being, like, really slow. Oh, Type Null and Silvally were ones that I thought for sure were gonna... Well, I thought Silvally was gonna be more powerful than it ended up being, but I think it just doesn't have, like, the stats to work with. How's its move pool? I don't actually know. I've never used Silvally, so I don't know what its move pool looks like. But, like, on paper, Mini Arceus sounds really good, but I just haven't ever heard of Silvally doing anything, so... Should we shiny hunt Silvally one day? Insane aura. Yeah, horrible creature beyond mankind's comprehension is pretty interesting. The folly of mankind in pursuit of godhood is an interesting concept. I didn't like Type Null at first because it didn't have a proper name. Once I played the game and realized and like saw that it evolves into something with a proper name, I was like cool with it. But when they originally introduced Type Null, I was not a fan of it because I was like, give it a real name. It's the same thing with the Paradox Pokemon. I don't like that they don't have real names because the Ultra Beasts all had like a code name like UB001 Beauty or whatever, right? but then they also got actual names afterwards, after you caught them. If you did that to the Paradox Pokemon, I like them like 100% more. My biggest complaint with the Paradox Pokemon is that Iron Bundle is a ridiculous name because it's not a name. It's a very bad descriptor, but it's not a name. It feels like they just got very lazy with the Paradox Pokemon. I'm trying to remember, for Silvally, can you only shiny hunt it in Sun and Moon? Because I know you can get it in Gen 8, but I think they shiny locked it. I'm trying to remember. That sounds right, but I don't remember for sure. Yeah, Type Null is shiny locked in Sword and Shield. Screw that, dude. Cause I'd wanna shiny hunt it on like a game where we can get good footage, but like, ugh. Thought your game was broken the first time you played Moon? Why did you think it was broken? You think Type Null not having a name makes sense? Oh, no. It makes sense, like, when you have the full context of it being, like, this scientific experiment and being viewed as that, rather than being a... Like, they didn't view it as a Pokemon, they viewed it as an experiment, and since it failed, they didn't give it a name. So they just called it Type Null. And then Gladion, with like actually taking the time to view it as an actual creature and befriend it, evolved it, and then gave it a true name. I think that's a fantastic, like, that's fantastic writing. But like, when they first revealed Type Null, they didn't tell us, oh yes, this thing evolves. They didn't tell us that it would have a real name later on. So I was just like, why does this thing not have a name? It makes me mad. But in context, it's fine. But the Paradox Pokemon don't get that pass because they don't get real names later on. All they had to do was, like, once you catch one, it like gave them a real name. And it was like, oh, this is a this is like a Refrigigwen instead of an Iron Bundle. This is Refrigigwen, my favorite Pokemon. It would make me like them so much more if they had real names. I hate the Paradox Pokemon names. They're so bad. They can never make you hate Gen 7. Nah, Gen 7's great. The tutorials at the beginning suck, but other than that, Gen 7 is great. It was weird, though, that Grimsley was just there. That one never made any sense. Why was he there? Why was bro just randomly in the game? I don't understand it. They're gonna make... That's what the Gen 7 Legends game is gonna be. It's just gonna be explaining why Grimsley went to Alola in a kimono, of all things. And the actual explanation is going to be very uninteresting. He was on a trip to Johto, and he got on the wrong plane. And so that's why he was wearing the kimono. He got on the wrong plane and ended up in Alola instead. And he was like, well, I'm already here. I guess I'll just sightsee. That's canon. That's what happened. I've decided it. Hire me, Game Freak. I will write the lore, and it'll be great and exciting. He had to aura farm a bit because of his gambling debt. Yeah, he was at the gate for the plane, and he was running late, so he didn't have time. He just had to get on, and he couldn't tell which plane he was supposed to get on, so he just flipped a coin, and then he got onto the one for Alola instead of Johto. And that's how he ended up there. But no, actually, when they first showed Type Null, I remember the trailer. They showed Type Null in the trailer. And at first, I thought it was saying that its type was Null. And I thought they were adding a new type that was, like, typeless. And that was not the case, but that's what my first thought was. And then I realized that was supposed to be the name. And I was like, why does it have this ridiculous name? And I was mad at it. I don't think my Pokemon games have ever broken or like glitched or anything prior to Gen 8, I think. I mean, not counting in Emerald where I intentionally broke the game. Because I did do the Emerald Battle Tower cloning glitch as a kid. That was like one of the few glitches in games that I ever actually actively did, was that one. I remember when Gen 6 first dropped, there was a glitch where Lumiose City could crash your game if you saved in there. But I never had that happen to me. It was like discovered before I reached Lumiose City and I saw it online. And so when it was discovered, I was just like very careful not to save in Lumiose. And so then it got patched and it didn't matter, but I was always safe about it. Lumiose glitch was iconic. Lumiose City is iconic. I loved Lumiose. I never got lost in there like everyone else did, so. I am a little worried about ZA if all the areas look too similar. But I liked Lumiose a lot. You avoided saving there till it was patched. Loved hatching eggs. Lumiose was great for hatching eggs. I didn't always hatch eggs there because sometimes it was more work to fly over there to the tower than it was worth to just hatch them en route, but I did hatch a lot of eggs there. And then they did Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire with the battle area for hatching eggs, and that became my go-to hatching spot in Gen 6, but just put a coin in your 3DS stick. No, I was too worried to break my 3DS on accident. But I don't mind hatching eggs in general. I find it relaxing. Like literally over the last like few months when I have to go to appointments and walk places and take the bus, I've been taking my 3DS with me and I've just been hatching eggs on the trip. So like while I'm walking, I'm hatching eggs. And I've gotten a lot of eggs hatched doing that. Did the penny trick so often. Put a penny in your Omega Ruby case. Yeah, just keep it with you. That can be your lucky penny. I will say I didn't like hatching eggs as much in Gen 7. The only good place to hatch eggs was the Tauros pen, but I didn't particularly like that method. Like, it was fine, but it wasn't as cool to hatch eggs in that game, I feel. I like just being able to hold one direction for a while. Penny trick again in the new gens. No, it's very weird because hatching eggs just doesn't feel good in Scarlet and Violet, so I've only hatched a few eggs. I hatched a few eggs for the decks, and then I hatched like 30 Eevee eggs for a joke in a video. And that's all I've done. Dude, it took me way longer than it should have to hatch 30 Eevee eggs and evolve them one by one into Flareons for a joke. What a hassle. Despise Gen 9 breeding. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. It's the first game where I actually prefer shiny hunting via other methods to just breeding. And part of that is also because I've come around to the idea of trying to mark hunt shinies. Even though I haven't done any mark hunts on Scarlet and Violet, like, I think in concept, that's kind of cool. So I'm more open to the idea of doing that. But also, I just think breeding in Scarlet and Violet kind of sucks. There's no central place to do it. Like, if you try and run anywhere, you're going to run into either NPCs in the cities or random Pokemon in the wild. So there's no, like, good location to hatch eggs in. I don't know. It just doesn't feel good to, like, put on a video and hatch eggs in the background in Gen 9. Also, you have to check the picnic thing every time you want eggs, and that's a headache. Like, yeah, technically you can get a bunch of eggs easily that way, but, like, I don't know, it just doesn't feel good to sit there and check the box. There's no visual indicator that you've got eggs ready. Everything about it just feels clunky and bad. As usual with Pokemon Company, for every step forward they take, they have to take several steps back in other areas, and this gen, for some reason, breeding got sacrificed for that. Like, I think being able to have the option to breed anywhere is cool, for it being the first really actually true open world game. But, like, would it have killed them to put a area where it's just like a dedicated breeding center and there's like no Pokemon that spawn around that area, so you can just have one like location that's just like really fun to breed in? Ooh, we got another brilliant Vanillite right there. We just had one, but this is check number 2100. No shiny. Wow. Scammed again. Thanks, Brilliant Aura. It's like in Gen 8, I still like breeding in this game, and that's my like go-to shiny hunt method, but then I also like Dynamax Adventures. But then in Gen 9, it's just like I have no interest in breeding for shinies in that game. It doesn't help that they've also been slowly making breeding like feel completely unnecessary. Because, like, now getting egg moves doesn't even matter because you can just mirror herb and move off of another Pokemon. So, like, what's the point of breeding Pokemon at this point? Like, I do think that being able to transfer moves between Pokemon was, like, kind of good. But I feel like there was still, having egg moves still gave, like, some Pokemon a reason to have to be bred. But now it's like, what's the point? Why would I spend time to hatch an egg when I could just go catch the Pokemon and mirror herb whatever move I want onto it? Like, I think there's a good balance between like making some of the moves like more accessible, and then like completely invalidating breeding altogether. And I think they've gone too far in the opposite direction. Because I do understand that, like, in the older games, breeding was obnoxious. And if you wanted like certain moves, it was like really tedious. But they course corrected too hard, I think. And now there's just no point to it. I don't know. Oddly enough, I think Gen 8 hit a really good balance with that. Like, you could transfer moves with the daycare. But like, you know, it wasn't just like, oh, just instantly free get any move you want onto this Pokemon. Like, you still had to breed the move onto the Pokemon of the correct species and then transfer it into the daycare to your other Pokemon. I felt like that was the perfect balance. Yeah, Gen 2, it takes forever. No magma armor, no flame body. Breeding stocks in the gutter. But at least in Gen 2, you had, like, the best shiny odds ever, so it had that going for it at least. And I think I mentioned this last time, but I was thinking, like, what they should do is they should just add, like, some like, things that you can only get via breeding that are, like, cosmetic. Like, make a few different unique marks that you can only get on a bred Pokemon. And that would make, that would make breeding feel like it has some kind of purpose again. Even if it's just for, like, people who collect certain marks and stuff. I know they would never do it, but imagine if you had your Pokemon and it had a mark for being hatched from an egg and it said the well-bred. You know, there'd be people out there who use that incorrectly, and they'd be like, go Lucario, the well-bred. Vaporeon fans in shambles as the most unfunny person alive is ready to make another Vaporeon joke. But yeah, some kind of mark for hatching Pokemon could be cool. You could call it the excellent mark. And then you'd have, like, Chansey the excellent. That'd be hilarious. I'd love that. Anyway, I think I spent like 40 minutes rambling about about Gen 7 and all the things they've taken from us in regards to breeding after Gen 7. That's okay. I just want a reason to use my shiny Ditto again. Or not my shiny Ditto, it's not shiny. My perfect 6 IV Ditto again. It's like, I dreamed of getting a perfect 6 IV Ditto back in Gen 4 when I first started playing. And I actually spent like weeks catching Ditto on my Emerald. And that's why I have a whole box in Emerald that's just like Dittos with perfect stats, because I was saving all the ones with perfect stats and most of them didn't have any perfect stats. I think in Emerald the most I ever found was 2 perfect stats on one Ditto. And I dreamed for years of having a perfect 6 IV Ditto. I finally got it in Let's Go, but even then it was kind of devalued because, like, oh, you can just bottle cap your Pokemon in Gen 7, so it's like, you know, okay. This is still nice because bottle caps are kind of a pain to do, because you have to get the Pokemon to level 100 and bottle caps are kind of rare. But it's like, okay, fine, whatever. My Ditto still has some kind of utility. Then in this game, they made bottle caps really easy to get. And then in Gen 9, they're super easy. You don't even need to be level 100, you just need to be level 50. And breeding is so tedious in that game that it's like, what's the point of my Ditto anymore? They completely crashed the Ditto stock market, and that's sad. Give me a reason to use Duplabloop again. He's the greatest Ditto of all time. Yeah, because like even breeding for abilities doesn't matter anymore because ability patches and ability capsules in Gen 9 are really easy to get too. I was like, well, I guess you could still breed for abilities, but no, those are super easy. In Gen 8, it's actually really hard to get those, but Gen 9, they're super easy. I guess that's how you make breeding actually worthwhile, is you circle back to the idea of baby Pokemon. Add a bunch more baby Pokemon into the games. But you would have to make it so that those baby Pokemon can only be found via breeding. And even then, that only is a temporary solution because it only incentivizes breeding until you finish your dex. Once you finish the dex, then the baby Pokemon don't matter, so like who cares? Unless they actually make Little Cup like an actual supported battle style. Yeah, I guess if they made Little Cup a supported battle style, breeding could have a actual utility because you can't hyper train babies and have them still be level 5. Because the level 50 requirement for hyper training. Yeah, I don't know. They've gone too far with the quality of life changes for breeding because now it's just pointless. And it makes me sad. Also, we are up to 2,125, 2,126 now. And still no sign of that shiny, which is just kind of insane. Yeah, 500 more, and we'll actually be double over odds on this hunt, which is kind of crazy. We also went double over odds on... Went double over odds on... Dracovish, but I think every other shiny we've gotten has been less than double over odds. We've had a few go over odds, but none of them took that long. But Dracovish was less tedious because it was just standing in place, mashing the button, and checking the boxes, so... I'm still trying to think if there's any other thing you could do with breeding to make it like kind of worthwhile over just catching Pokemon in the wild. Because it used to be breeding was so important to the series. That's how you guaranteed your natures. It's how you guaranteed good stats. You had to get exclusive moves for some Pokemon that way. It was the best way for shininess. Well, it was the best way for shininess if you wanted your Pokemon to be competitive. And now it's just kind of pointless. And I don't think breeding should be mandatory for everything, but I feel like it should have some kind of incentive. And they've just slowly phased out every single perk that breeding had. All right, 2036, 2136. I don't even know if I'm going to be excited when I finally find the shiny on this one because this one's taking so long. I'm just going to be relieved more than excited. I'm going to be like, oh, finally. This guy showed up. Okay, weird idea. What if they had a held item? They had 2 held items that you could put on the parent. Or no, just 1 held item. You put it on the parent, and it makes it more likely, or like it guarantees that if the Pokemon that hatches from the egg can have either gender, that it will match the parent's gender of the one holding the item. It's like really niche, but that would give you a way to guarantee get shiny male Ralts for Gallade, shiny female Snorunt for Frostlass, and also shiny females for like Combee and Salandit for their evolutions. That's like super niche, but it's like something they could add that would make breeding have some kind of use. It's super niche though. So I can't think of anything else, really. Not without backwalking on mechanics, so that'll just be like kind of seen as, oh, now we're going backwards again. As Pokemon is prone to doing. If contest stats were still a thing, that would be kind of a cool thing. If contest stats were still a thing, if the child would inherit the base contest stat, like the highest base contest stat of the parent, and that would make it like easy to get Milotic with like good beauty stat to evolve. Because then it'd be like, oh, you had a Feebas with like half of the beauty maxed out, but it didn't get all the way there. So you breed it, and now the baby starts with a beauty stat that's already halfway, but it can eat more Pokeblocks and then evolve. That would be kind of cool, but like it would only make sense like if they brought back contest stats, and it would like let you breed to eventually max out all of a Pokemon's contest stats. But they also already got rid of the limit on how many Pokeblocks you could feed in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire anyway, so. Even that wouldn't work. I really do think just making marks that are exclusive to... Ooh, or... Hold up. I got it. A Pokemon with a personality mark. So not like... Not the... Not the weather marks or things like that. Pokemon with a personality mark and maybe the size marks can pass those down to their children. Make it like maybe a 1 in 10 chance, and then have an item that they can hold to guarantee pass down that mark. Or maybe not guarantee, but like make it a 50-50 on passing down the mark instead. That would be cool. So then you could breed, like if you want a specific personality mark, you could breed the Pokemon to have that mark. Like you go catch one, you catch a parent with that mark, give it the item, then breed it, and pass the mark down to a shiny child. That could be cool. Yeah, I don't think you want to make it guaranteed though, because that makes it too easy. But making it like a 50-50 chance while holding a certain item would be really cool. All right, 2151, not shiny. Jeez. And then, like I said, add a mark that can show up on any Pokemon that's been bred, like a hatching mark. And then maybe make it so that if your Pokemon hatches at night, it can get like the night mark or the other time of day marks, and then also the weather marks, but make it even rarer. Instead of 3 in 50 with shiny charm, make it a 3 in 100 with the shiny charm. So that way there's still an incentive to go out and shiny hunt in the wild if you want the marks. Like, you're more likely to find them in the wild, but you can still get them on Pokemon that you breed. That would be cool. I really think that's the best way to do it. We'll see. Maybe shiny hunting will be more valuable via eggs in the next game if, like, sandwich powers don't come back, but I think those are probably going to stay. They'll find some other way to include the sandwich power buffs. But, like, I could see shiny hunting being more valuable with breeding if they hadn't made it so, like, a level 3 sandwich just makes you always encounter the right kind of Pokemon. But as it is now, like, it's so easy to manipulate what Pokemon you encounter with the shiny that it's, like, just kind of whatever to breed. Because that was the other advantage that breeding had over other shiny hunting methods, was you knew what you were going to get. I would always get a, you know, an Eevee instead of in the trophy garden. If I just ran around looking for Pokemon, I might not get Eevee, I might get Roselia instead. And then I feel like I wasted my shiny encounter on a Roselia instead of an Eevee. I don't know. Lots of thoughts, lots of thoughts. But that's how I think I would make breeding still feel like kind of useful. Make it so that marks could be passed down, and just let Pokemon hatched with eggs get the mark, even if it's rarer. And also add a few hatching exclusive marks to Pokemon. Yeah, you could put like the excellent mark, the hatchling mark, the junior mark, the baby mark. Oh my god, yes, baby mark, absolutely. Then you could send out your Pokemon and it would be like, I'm baby, the baby. That'd be hilarious. Hold up. Actually, insane idea. Go Togepi, the baby. Oh man, you know what? Oh, I just realized. Now that we've got like a Pokemon game with real-time battles with Legends ZA, imagine a spin-off based off ZA. Like a spin-off that's dedicated to you being a Pokemon coordinator. And it uses the real-time battle system so that you can like maneuver around the stage and set up appeals and stuff. And like appeal to the crowd. Like, you'd have to move around your Pokemon, because if you stay in one place the whole time, then like it gets boring and stuff. And like moving your Pokemon appeals to this side of the crowd, but the other side of the crowd feels neglected if you stay too long on one side. Oh my god, there's so much potential there. Pokemon contest spin-off game, when? That would be so cool. God, Game Freak, why aren't you watching my streams? I've got all these ideas for you. I just loved Pokemon contests so much. They made the world feel bigger because it wasn't just like everyone is doing gyms. It's like, oh yeah, you can take another career path with your trainer. Not everyone is interested in the battling aspect. There's like other appealing aspects to Pokemon. I miss things like that. And I guess that's kind of part of what made Scarlet cool, was like you had 3 different trainers that were like interacting with you, and like one was traditional battles, but then you had like Penny, who doesn't care about Pokemon very much at all, and it's more like Pokemon battling is a means to like repairing her relationship with the actual other students. And then you had Arvin, who, you know, battling is not that thing that he cares about that much, even though he completely kicked my ass when I fought him that one time. And instead, he's like, I just want to take care of my companion and then become a chef. I don't know, that was cool. It fleshes out the Pokemon world more to see trainers who aren't just about battles. Especially after Galar, where all the characters you're interacting with really only care about battling. I think it was really refreshing to have that. And I know Hop eventually is like, oh, you know what? Battling isn't for me. As much as I tried, I kind of lose every time. I'm gonna become a researcher. Like, that was cool too, but like, everyone was still just like, everyone you interacted with was through the scope of being trainers and battling. So it was cool with Scarlet to see characters that you interact with not that interested in that path. And that was something that contests offered that I wish we had seen more of, like a rival who really just wanted to be into contests. Like, if contests were in Gen 6, that could have been Shauna's role. Shauna could have been the trainer who just was like, oh, I'm gonna become a coordinator. Stuff like that is cool. I guess Tierno could have done it too. That would have fit with Tierno as well, but I'm still of the mind that Tierno was from the wrong generation. Tierno was meant for Gen 7 with Z moves. He could have been the guy who's like studies Z moves and stuff. Instead, they made him focus on Pokemon dancing in the region that didn't have anything related to dancing. Because even Gen 5 had the Pokemon musicals, even though those sucked. They still existed. If Tierno had been in Gen 5, he could have been the musical guy. I want to train my Pokemon to be in the musical. God, what a downgrade. Musicals made me sad. I was so excited for them at first. I did too. Realized that nothing changed in between them, and I was like, well, that sucks. No incentive for doing them either. They could have given one ribbon to musicals. Like, oh, you did the Master Rank musical, you get a ribbon. Gen 5's lack of ribbons in general is just really disappointing. They didn't get a champion ribbon, they didn't get a musical ribbon, there was no ribbon for doing the subway battles. Like, right there, that's 3 ribbons that very easily could have been just in Gen 5. Gen 5 is also, I think, the only region where you can't get a effort ribbon. And I know this because I've done a lot of research on what ribbons to get where. And I was so sad about Gen 5 not having any ribbons that I was like, I know, I'll just skip getting the effort ribbon until Gen 5, which is really annoying. Because that means I won't be able to hyper train. Well, I could hyper train, but I couldn't, or not hyper train. I couldn't EV train and check my Pokemon stats in Gen 3. I would have to just assume that I did it right and go to Gen 4 and then Gen 5 and then get the ribbon there. But I looked and you just can't get the effort ribbon in Gen 5. And that made me big sad. So anyway, I hope in either the Gen 5 remakes or the Gen 5 Legends game, whenever they come up with one, I really hope that they have a ribbon that you can get in Gen 5, and I hope Togekiss is there, so that I can get an official ribbon from Unova. Because it's just really sad that I'm like, oh wow, I've got this whole ribbon tour that I'm planning, and my favorite region is the one region where I don't get any ribbons, and I'm like, well, that sucks. Gen 5 is basically just an airport before going to the next gen. I am going to do some stuff in Gen 5, though. I've already planned some stuff for Gen 5, but... Ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh, another brilliant. Oh my god, I've run into so many brilliant Pokemon since our first brilliant Torkoal. Across the Torkoals, the other random Pokemon I've accidentally run into, and the Vanillites, I've run into so many brilliant Pokemon and not a single one has been shiny. Actual worst shiny hunting method ever conceived. Actually toxic behavior from the Pokemon Company to release this method. I don't know what other shinies I want to hunt in Gen 5. Because I had one idea. Another one that could be cool would be like Litwick. Litwick could be fun. I need to look at the Gen 5 decks again. Oh, there it is, shiny, finally! Oh my god. It is 2,189. God. Atrocious. Oh my god. Finally, finally, finally. Let's not use Aura Sphere. Alright, Hypnosis puts it to sleep. I think I'm gonna catch this one in a Premier Ball. Let me double check Vanillite's learn set. I want to make sure that at this level it doesn't know any moves that hurt itself. I don't think it does. Yeah, the last 4 moves it learns don't hurt itself at all. It does have Sheer Cold, apparently, which is funny, but it doesn't actually matter because I'm higher level than it, so it can't hit me. Dude, I am praying. Please, 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 please. Please, 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 please. Just have this Pokemon have the mark so that I can be done with this. Alright, let's False Swipe it. Fortunately, Vanillite is nowhere near as threatening as Torkoal, so this should be good enough. Ice Body is a little annoying, but it's not too bad. Alright, let's Premier Ball it. Oh my god, finally. My ice cream is here. Let's go. Ice cream, ice cream. Yes, ice cream has arrived. Oh my god, that took forever. All right, time for disappointment. There's no way this thing has the mark, but let's check it. It is a male Vanillite with Ice Body, which we already knew, plus special defense minus attack. Which nature was that? Calm nature. Oh, hold up. It is not. It does not have the Blizzard mark, but it got a really good mark. It got the lunchtime mark, which is very fitting. He is hungry. This little guy is hungry. Give him food. I almost feel like this is more fitting than the mark I was going for, actually. I'm almost willing to consider this a successful hunt. Do we want to just consider this a successful hunt? What was the other mark I was going for? I was going for, I think it was the Blizzard mark, right? Which would call it Vanillite the Shivering. But Vanillux, if I evolve it, it would be Vanillux the Peckish. Which is just really fitting. It is a very cute mark for him. Yeah, I think this is better than the mark I wanted, to be honest. I almost want to just keep this. Especially because this hunt took forever. Let's think on it for a minute. But, first, let's go heal. And also, let me write down when that was. This was 307. Shiny, finally. Cool mark. Yeah, let's heal. Jeez. Yeah, that was not intentional because I was originally setting the clock at night to hunt the brilliant auras because I thought it would make it easier to see, but it kind of didn't help that much. But so I wasn't like intentionally messing with the clock to get a lunchtime mark. It just kind of happened because like right now, if my clock was synced to the internet, it would not actually be a lunchtime mark. It would be like an evening mark or something, because it is actually like around the evening now. Do we want to consider this done for our sunny shiny hunt, summer shiny hunt? Let me... I wanted to do Vulpix too, but I don't think I'm going to have time for Vulpix before summer ends anyway. So, like, we could consider this, like, 2 really cool shinies that we got, and consider this the end of the summer shiny hunt. And then that leaves next week, like, free to start other stuff, other projects that I have, because I do want to do the, I want to leave the space open to start our Dynamax adventure hunts as well. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, no, come on, pause. Date and time. There we go. Yeah, and the reason I wasn't like, I mean, I guess I could have. I thought the weather mark would fit better for Vanillite, or for Vanillux, because I was planning to evolve the Vanillite into a Vanillux. And I thought that this would fit better for it. But I didn't think, I was like, I don't think I can really like control if the time is right, but I guess I could have changed the time to make it have better odds of getting the lunch mark, but that's why I wasn't originally going for the hungry mark, but we could. Hi, Vanillite. What am I gonna name this guy? I hadn't thought of a name yet. We hadn't even seen a single Vanillite, so I hadn't started brainstorming the name. I like how throwing the ball is like really hard, and it goes about as far as it would if I threw it in real life, which is like not at all. Let's cook. We gotta make some summer curry, right? Gotta make some refreshing creamy curry. Let's go. Curry time, curry time. Ooh, curry sounds really good. I kind of want some curry now, but I just picked up stuff from the grocery store and I didn't get curry. I thought about it, but I was like, nah, I won't get curry this time. All right, we've made some curry for our guys. Here they are. Dry whipped curry. Delicious. Oh, look, he's eating it. He's peckish, but he's eating the curry. Oh, he likes it. Copperaja class. I've never gotten higher than this. I'm so bad at the curry. Yeah, hungry boy. What do you think? Should we go for one more Vanillite? See if we get the sun or the blizzard mark on it? And if not, then we keep it. Because I kind of want to be able to have one stay as a Vanillite and then one evolve into Vanillux. But we could also just consider the hunt done. Because I don't have anything else planned for tonight either. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of one more shiny hunt here. See what we get. If we get one with the blizzard mark, then cool. And if we get one with the blizzard mark, we could keep one as is, and the other one we could evolve. And then if not, then we still have a shiny that we got for summer. I kind of like the idea of that. System. 2,189 for that. That's a little sad. Hold on, what time gives the lunchtime mark? Out of curiosity, we could try for a second one. Lunchtime mark is in the middle of the day. What counts as the middle of the day? Yeah, it just says in the middle of the day. What time is that, Sarah B? Do you want to tell me what time counts as the middle of the day? No? Okay. Well, Bulbapedia has me, and it says that that's 12 to 6:59 p.m. So let's drop that down. And now we can save. I'm glad we got it, though. I was worried we wouldn't get a single Vanillite during this hunt. What do I count that as, though? Do I count it as an unmarked shiny? It technically has a mark. I think for the previous hunt, the other turtle, I counted as a marked shiny still. Or as an unmarked shiny. So I guess I still counted as an unmarked shiny because it wasn't the target mark. But we know that we got a marked shiny at least. I would be less inclined to hunt another one if the pink shiny wasn't so much cuter than the other shiny. Because when we evolve it, the shiny's really boring. But I wanted to get it in case I ever wanted to make a hail team, so. Where's my shiny hunt? Shiny tracker, there we go. And by the way, what were the odds on that anyway? Is that 1 in 18? Okay, so it was the same odds as the Blizzard mark would have been. But they're both 1 in 18. It's technically 1 in 18.4 with the mark charm, but it, like, the nice number is 3 in 50. But yeah, the odds it was the same odds as if we had gotten the target mark, but I actually do like the peckish more. That's a cooler mark for it, to be honest. Let's try and get another one so that we can potentially keep the thing, you know? Keep one unevolved because it's such a cute shiny. Yeah, I wish Vanillux was like also a kept the pink. All right, back to the start. We'll try and get one more, but if not, then we're cool. We're chill, literally. And yeah, if that had come 1 hour later, instead the mark would have been the dusk mark, which is actually a really rare mark because you can only get it for an hour each day compared to the other ones that have wider time windows. But it would have been the dusk mark an hour later, and then after that it would have been the sleepy time mark. I wish my Esper that I got the other day had had the sleepy time mark, because then it would be Esper the Eepy. Oh, come on. Keep clicking the wrong tab. There we go. Esper the Eeper. And then I would name it after Morph. But yeah, I'm glad we finally got one. I was getting worried. I was like, oh no. We are well over odds. Now, odds say that we should get another shiny fairly quick this time to make up for that last one, right? Sadly, that's not how it works. There is no law of equivalent exchange in this world. Yeah, I can't believe we got Peckish, which is an even better mark for it. I was also thinking of, speaking of, that's a mark that I've thought about going for Dondozo, right? I thought about shiny hunting Dondozo. Peckish would be such a good mark for Dondozo. Although, with Dondozo, it's not the end of the world if you don't get it, because there's another mark in Scarlet and Violet that you can get instead. That also fits. It's, what is it called? The Gourmand mark. So it would be Dondozo the Gourmet, which would also fit really well. And that one's really easy because that's one of the few marks you can get by just like doing things outside of catching the Pokemon. So like I could just get a Dondozo and give it the Peckish mark, or not the Peckish, the Gourmet mark. And that one's really easy. But I've thought about doing for like National Sushi Day or something, going for Dondozo and Tatsugiri in one like stream, where we just like we go for both of them, and I'll get like some sushi in advance, right? And like every shiny we find, I get to eat one piece of sushi, and we're trying to find ones with marks specifically. Does that sound like an interesting stream? Hold up, what if I was even dressed up like a sushi chef? I don't know if I want to put that much work into the video, but I think a sushi themed stream would be really fun. What day is National Sushi Day? June 18th? Oh no! Oh no, Japan does not have an official sushi day. Ehomaki. Alright, maybe June 18th next year we'll do Sushi Day. That sounds fun. We'll do a sushi shiny hunt. Oh, you want me to become fish? I will become fish. 1 second. I hope I don't get the shiny during this because it's hard to explain. I keep forgetting I even have the fish avatar, to be honest. You guys like this? You guys like this way more than I do. I'm just very confused by the whole thing, but you guys like this thing. Thank you for the redeem morph. Fish. Brandy will become fish. Yeah, that sounds so fun. National Sushi Day, Dondozo shiny, and Tatsugiri. What mark would I want for Tatsugiri? Because I feel like Tatsugiri is the main target, and then we just get a Dondozo with the gourmet mark. But like, we'll be on the lookout for both. What day or what mark do we go for on Tatsugiri is the question. There's no, like, the delicious, right? So that's not gonna happen. Let me see. Scarlet and Violet marks. The rainy mark would be funny because it's the sodden. So it would be like, oh, it's all damp because it got eaten. The catch of the day is not available in Scarlet and Violet, which is very sad. Man, if Tatsugiri could have the catch of the day, that would go hard. That would be such a perfect mark for it. I'm sad. I'm sad. That is the perfect mark for Tatsugiri. I would unironically do fishing shiny hunt for mark of the or catch of the day Tatsugiri. Crafty mark could be funny. Easily flustered, the driven. Apathetic. Arrogant, prideful. The reluctant for the unsure mark would be funny. The lively with the vigor mark. The worn out with the slump mark. And the reliable partner. Yeah, maybe instead of going for a mark on Tatsugiri, we could just try and shiny hunt all three colors. That could be fun. And it doesn't sound like it would be as bad as it sounds, because Switch 2 is just broken for shiny hunting, so... Like, I actually kind of think we could get a Dondozo and 3 Tatsugiri with different colors in one stream next year. I'm gonna write this down, actually. It's something I've thought about off and on, but, like... I like the idea. June 18th. National Sushi Day. All 3 Tatsugiri. Shiny hunt. Midday. 12 to 59. Man, I'm so sad. I want Catch of the Day Tatsugiri so badly now. Tatsugiri, you were introduced one generation too late. Oh, man. Catch of the Day Tatsugiri sounds like the funniest Pokemon you could have with that mark. Because I've thought about fishing marks before, too. I've been like, ooh, I'd like a Catch of the Day Pokemon with the fishing mark. But all the fishing Pokemon suck in this game. Let me pull it up. I think there's a list of Pokemon available via fishing in Sword and Shield. You can get Magikarp, Choodle, Arrokuda, lame. Magikarp, Feebas, Choodle, lame. If I get Feebas, I'm gonna shiny hunt Feebas eventually, but I'm gonna not do catch of the day on that one. It doesn't work. Goldeen, no one's using Goldeen. Wishy-Washy is like okay, but there's a different mark I'd rather have on Wishy-Washy. I think Wishy-Washy with the uncommon mark, I think it is way funnier, because then you have Wishy-Washy the sociable, which just makes sense because its whole gimmick is having a bunch of them at once. Yeah, uncommon gives the sociable, so that's how I want to do Wishy-Washy instead. Pukumuku as the catch of the day is lame. Lapras doesn't make any sense. Mantine is eh. Wailmer is eh. Wailord is eh. Barboach, like I could do Barboach as catch of the day. That'd be fine. It's not exciting. Chinchou is fine. Oh, you can do Basculin, but it can't become Basculegion because it's only red and blue stripe in this game, which is really bad. White stripe Basculin as catch of the day would also be pretty cool. Shelder could be fine. It's not great, but it's fine. Aerocuda is like whatever. Marini, I've got better things to do with. Quillfish would be cool if it could actually evolve, but again, just like Basculegion, you can't get it from this. Krabby, like unironically, I think Krabby or Corphish are my best options for catch of the day. Which is a little disappointing. There's so many fish Pokemon, but most of them are kind of lame. Yeah, just disappointing. I want catch of the day Tatsugiri so desperately now. Now that I've thought about it, I'm like, man, that is literally the perfect mark for it. Get your sushi served up fresh. It's catch of the day Tatsugiri. I can't believe they found a way to make me actively upset that fishing is not in a game. Oh my god, I never thought the day would come. I'm actually upset that fishing is excluded from Scarlet and Violet. I mean, like before, when I learned that Scarlet and Violet didn't have fishing, I was kind of disappointed. Even though I don't personally like fishing that much, I was like, well, that's a really dumb mechanic to remove. And it was just like, well, Game Freak gonna Game Freak. They're gonna just remove things that people like. But now I'm actually mad about it because fishing up Tatsugiri sounds hilarious. Hilarious shiny hunt. It could have been the catch of the day. You forgot fishing isn't in Scarlet and Violet? No, that's so fair because like I said, I don't usually care about fishing, but for this one instance, it's so perfect. And the fact that I can't do it makes me sad. Also, I'm going to do the fish redeem a little longer than normal because I feel bad that a lot of that was me just reading a list and doing research. So I'll make the fish redeem last a little longer to make up for it. But yeah, I could just get the Tatsugiri is a Pokemon that I think fits with the Paldean Champ title, so I could just run Paldean Champ on Tatsugiri. I'm not as concerned about a ribbon for it, but in the future, if Tatsugiri ever gets in a game with fishing, I want the catch of the day on it. In fact, I literally just made a note to myself to do that. I'm trying to think if there's any other Pokemon with the catch of the day where I'd be excited to have them. I need to look at a whole list of water Pokemon. Like, which ones would be funny to have catch of the day on? White Stripe Basculin would be kind of funny. Clawitzer or Clauncher would be funny. Slowbro would actually be kind of funny because it would raise the question of, is the catch of the day referring to the Shelder that got clamped onto the tail, or the Slowbro themselves who got fished up, or the Slowbro for the fact that the Shelder basically caught it and evolved and took over? That one raises a lot of questions. Yeah, Lantern could be fine. I could go Lantern, I guess. But I do kind of like... Crawdont is also cool. Yeah, it's just a shame. Tatsugiri is too perfect for that mark, and it's not available. They could have reworked it too. Instead of just being for fishing only, they could have just made it like have a small chance to appear on a Pokemon that you find while in the water. Still, I'm glad that we got a very cute Vanillite with the Peckish. It's just such a shame because Vanillite's shiny is so much better than Vanillux. And I don't know why they changed it. Why does Vanillux turn blue when the shiny is right there as pink? There's no reason for it. It's not like the color palette drastically changed between the two. Like, if Vanillux was, like, green, then I'd be like, okay, it makes sense, I guess, that the shiny changes back to blue or something. But Vanillux is the same color as Vanillite, so why did the shinies change? What a shame. Ba-dum, ba-da-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. I miss Howley City. What a good place. Howley City is up there on my list of Pokemon cities, which is a thing that I actually have. I do maintain a list of, like, favorite Pokemon cities and towns, and Howley City is up there. Oh, by the way, that Vanillite was not a brilliant Pokemon. Once again, scammed. Once again, scammed. I have never not been scammed by this game. Oh, wait, hold on. Talk to that. Hit the Vanillite. Come on, hit it. Hit it. There you go. And I think speaking of Tatsugiri, I know I mentioned it once, but I think I actually found a shiny and I didn't realize it. I think I saw a white Tatsugiri once. I thought that was just one of the standard forms and I didn't realize that was the shiny one of the forms. And I just like ignored it. I was like, oh. Because I remembered one of them looked like it had like soy sauce on it. So I remembered that one. And then I thought the other ones were like pink and white. So I think I thought that one was just normal and I ignored it. I thought the yellow was shiny, but I think the yellow is the standard and then the white is the shiny. IDK, if we go for Sushi Quest, as I will call it, if we celebrate Sushi Day, I'm sure I'll put all the shinies on screen so we can actually see it. Ooh, I'm imagining the thumbnail, and it's so cool. I'm imagining the thumbnail for Sushi Day, and it's really cool. Well, now we've got to do it. Anytime I imagine the thumbnail, that's it. The hunt is locked in. That's what solidified this shiny hunt for the Torkoal and the Vanillite was I had an idea for a thumbnail, and I was like, well, I guess we're doing this. In fact, that's what added Vanillite to the thumbnail. I had the thumbnail idea for Torkoal, and then I thought it'd be cute to add Vanillite in. And I was like, well, I guess I'm shiny hunting Vanillite too. The best way to guarantee that I get something done is to give me an idea for a thumbnail. And in fact, that's the reason I'm still committed to trying to get Spelunky done eventually, is because I have a thumbnail idea for it. I just like having cool thumbnails on videos, okay? It is my favorite pastime. I just got to get Spelunky on Switch so that I can try actual runs on it. Maybe I'll just pick it up, honestly. No, I'll wait for it to go on sale. I'm not in that much of a rush. But I need to be notified when Spelunky is on sale. If you wishlist an item on Switch too, does it tell you when it's on sale? Corfish. I like Corfish. Yeah, you can get Chinchou and Hulberry, which would actually be pretty good because I could weigh the odds towards getting that with static. Giant's Cap gives crabby and core fish, but the odds aren't amazing. I wish there was a place that gave like Wish Cash, Corefish, Lantern, and like all three of those. I was gonna look something else up and I forgot. God, what was the other thing I was gonna look up? Dude, how did I forget that fast? Why do you see a fish? Because Morph redeemed the fish redeem. Fish. Oh, nice. I hope you're having fun at the wedding. Having fun at the wedding. I just can't remember what I was gonna look up. I was gonna look up something and I can't remember. It's making me angry. It's vexing me. Make drinks for next year? A floral themed party? Nice. Oh, head pat for the fish? Head pats don't go on fish. Let me see. Can I find the head pat thing? There it is. Fish aren't supposed to be head pat, but that's okay. Thank you for the head pat, Brisk. Silly fish. $49. Oh yeah, while you were gone, I got the shiny, kind of. Yes, I caught a shiny, and it's arguably better than the one I was looking for. Here it is. It's shiny Vanillite. And it has the lunchtime mark, which makes it Vanillite the Peckish. So he's a hungry little ice cream cone, and that's just really cute. That's even cuter than the one that I was going for. All right, let me update the counter. I just literally can't remember what I was thinking of. I was like, I'm gonna look this up, and then I just forgot. But yeah, he's a cute little ice cream cone, a cute little strawberry ice cream cone. Very cool. Wasn't the target, but that's okay. And we were talking about Sushi Day next year. I'm thinking of Sushi Day for next year. Oh, what? I turned this off. Jeez, get out of here. You've never had sushi? I like sushi. It's good. Not for everyone, but I like it. Oh, I think that's what I was gonna do. It wasn't something I was gonna look up. It was something I was gonna write down. There we go. I wrote down a note. The idea was that, like, I would get a plate of sushi, right? And I would not be allowed to eat sushi until, like, each piece of sushi that I eat, I have to catch the shiny. I have to catch a shiny for every piece of sushi that I get. So if I want to eat lunch, I better be good at shiny hunting, right? You better be lucky. If you don't want to go hungry, you better have luck. Sounds very challenging. No, it wouldn't be that challenging, actually, because we'd be shiny hunting in Scarlet and Violet, and Scarlet makes shiny hunting super easy. So it wouldn't be that bad. Like, literally, I had the clip that I shared where I come into my videos. I literally had the clip where I think it was this one. No, it's, that one's not it. No, go over. Over. Jeez. I had this clip here where I'm going around confirming my location, and then I come up here. Get out of the way, Luxio. No one wants you. No one likes Luxio. It's lame. And I come up here and I'm like, oh, hey, shiny Nosepass. Oh, hey, look, shiny Mightyena. 2 shinies right next to each other. That's how easy shiny hunting is in Scarlet and Violet. Like, shinies just spawn. It's very easy to get shinies in that game. So it would be really good for this, for that challenge where I don't get lunch unless I win. What if someone redeems snack time? Then I can't eat the sushi, I have to eat something else. But the sacred sushi must be reserved for actually catching the shiny. Come on, hit it. There we go. But yeah, I thought that would be fun. I think that's a fun idea for a shiny hunt, you know? Posture check. Thank you, Brisk. I'll sit up. Stretch. Stretchy stretch. Okay. Stretch and hydrate the fish. Yes, if the fish doesn't get hydrated, it will die. Thank you, Brisk. Ah, jeez. Come on. But yeah, if I don't find another marked Vanillite, I think I'm fine. I want to find one more Vanillite, but if it's not marked, I think I'll just call the summer shiny hunt there and call it a success. We were going to shiny hunt Vulpix, but the summer's almost over, so there's not much point to it. We won't have time to do Vulpix, but that's okay. That gives us something we can maybe do next summer, or we could shiny hunt a different mark on Vulpix. Because to be fair, Vulpix also doesn't really fit summer that well. To be honest, it's not really a beach Pokemon. So we could get Vulpix for something else for sure. We could shiny hunt a... We could shiny hunt... Let me see the list of marks again. We could get Vulpix. Vulpix the Mist Drifter. That one sounds cool. Ninetales the Anxious. Ninetales the Radiant. Ninetales the Serene. Ninetales the Daydreamer. Like, there's a lot of different marks we could get for Vulpix. And also, because it is an older Pokemon, it could also just get a ribbon. We could get Ninetales the Once Beautiful. Ninetales the... The historic genius. That one's funny. So there's a lot of other things we could do with Vulpix, potentially. Vulpix is more autumn themed. Yeah, kind of. We were doing summer because of the dry mark, which represents summer to me. And its ability makes fire appear on the battlefield. Well, not fire, but sunlight. So that's why I was thinking, like, Ninetales, the dry, the parched. But it doesn't fit summer the best, to be honest. So I'm totally cool with going in a different direction with it. And there's also Alolan Vulpix, which would be a much better fit for a winter-themed shiny hunt. Like we could shiny hunt Vulpix the Shivering or Vulpix the Snow Frolicker. I think Snow Frolicker Ninetales sounds really good and very fitting. So that's just like a better option. So we could do that. We could do that. Vulpix the Snow Frolicker. Oh, is that sad? No, it sounds beautiful. Gotcha. Yeah, so I think Vulpix is just kind of, especially for the Alolan version, we'd want to do a winter hunt. And originally I didn't know if I was gonna do if I'd be able to winter hunt a Vulpix, because I didn't have the Scarlet DLC back when I was planning all these seasonal hunts, but now I do, so I could add it to the list of potential seasonal hunts. But yeah, I like the idea of the sushi hunt so good. It sounds so fun. Yeah, that's why Vulpix wasn't actually on my winter list, because the only game you can get Vulpix on in the wild pre-DLC was Sun and Moon, which I don't have a way to capture footage of, and also wouldn't have marks. But you can do it in the DLC for Scarlet, so. Got to eat, come back later. All right, enjoy your food. Thanks for dropping in, Brisk. I'm not sure if I'll be here. We'll see how much longer I feel like going for, but yeah, we're about the 4-hour mark. If I find a shiny, I'll probably end stream after that. Otherwise, maybe another hour and a half or so. We'll see. Maybe 2 hours, depending on some other factors, but at least I got a shiny today, finally. The ice cream was melted, but at last we got it. And now we have ice cream soup. Delicious ice cream soup in a bowl. That's how Farah prefers her ice cream. In a soup. Soup! God, I love Farah. She's so freaking cute. I'm gonna make a wonderful house for Farah, Krobins, Sweefty, and Angelixir. And we're all gonna live together, and it's gonna be so adorable. And Farah will threaten me that if I ever do anything bad, she'll date my Eevee, and I'll be so sad. That was the weirdest line she ever said, too. What was up with that? If you stand me up again, I'll date your favorite spirit. I was like, what? Excuse me? Farah, I think we may have escalated things a few degrees too high. ba 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 ba. ba 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 da ba ba da ba da ba. Da ba 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 da ba. Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba. Da ra ba da ba. Da 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 da. But yeah, I'm just sad still. Oh, Dondozo and Tatsugiri, you would have loved Galar. If only Tatsugiri could be fished up. Yeah, if Tatsugiri ever ends up in a game with fishing that has where you can get the catch of the day mark, I think I want to dedicate at least getting one Tatsugiri that way. Because it's too perfect. It's too perfect. I don't know if I'd go for all three of the forms in that case, but man, now I really want some sushi. That sounds so good. I don't know that I'd try and prepare sushi myself because I'd be nervous about accidentally making myself sick, but it could be fun. I can maybe do a California roll on my own. That's probably within my skill set. All right, regular Brandy returns. Let's go. All right, rally luck, rally luck. Show me a early shiny to make up for that really late one, and then we'll call it. Ow. Alright, no more Vanillites around here. There's one. Yeah, I'm really glad that we did find the Vanillite though, because now I can put it on the thumbnail for the summer shiny hunt video. God, I've got 3 shiny hunt videos I want to get done that I need to edit. Oh no. Each one needs custom thumbnail art too. Coliseum is first though. Coliseum has to come first. Yeah, I just need one more Vanillite, and then I can call this hunt good and done. Come on, Brilliant? Nope. Of course not. The Brilliant Aura would never come through and help me. What on earth is this track? I've never heard this before. Windmill Village Mode 1 Sonic Rush Adventure. Well, that explains it. I'm not a Sonic boy. Huh. Okay. I'll look that up later. Had an idea, but I'll check that later. For now, I'm gonna find a shiny. Nope. I just can't believe it took that long to get one shiny Vanillite. I really hope this one doesn't take that long. I just need one more so that I can keep one shiny Vanillite and one evolved. And unless I find the shivering one, which is the Blizzard Mark, I think I will just evolve the Peckish one. And we'll, because I'm more likely to use a fully evolved Vanillite or Vanillux than I am to use a Vanillite, so I might as well put the mark on the one that I'm going to use instead of just look at, you know? That makes it more special. It makes it more special. And there we go, 100 checks. Why does this music kind of give Yokai Watch vibes? Oh, because it is. It's from Yokai Watch 3, which I never played. Okay. I was literally just like, yeah, it's Yokai Watch vibes. Who would have thought? Yeah, it's that specific sound that they just did, that dwing, that sounds kind of shaky and ethereal. That's what gave me Yokai Watch vibes. That sound effect is very Yokai Watch. That's funny. I mean, it's a good thing. It shows that Yokai Watch really had a distinct identity that, without even playing the game, I was able to identify music from that game. It's such a shame what happened to Yokai Watch. It deserved so much better. I loved Yokai Watch. I loved the first game especially. The second game was fine. It was like good. It was objectively better in terms of being a game. Like they added a lot of things that like just streamlined it and made it more fun, but I liked 1's story a lot better. The ending made me happier. I mean, like, Yokai Watch 2... Oh, okay. Yokai Watch 2 probably had a better story overall, but I felt bigger emotional payoff at the end of Yokai Watch 1 than I did 2. Not that anyone cares about Yokai Watch, so I don't know why I'm talking about it, but I love Yokai Watch. With that said, the worst thing they ever did was following in the footsteps of Pokemon and doing split versions. Genuinely, why did they think, oh yeah, the worst thing about Pokemon, let's copy that? Like, I guess they wanted to encourage trading, but like, the easy way to keep one version and encourage trading between people is make all the Pokemon available in one version. In just one version. And when you start the game just decides, it just picks certain yokai or certain Pokemon and says, okay, these ones are gonna spawn less frequently for you. And just tie that to your trainer number, right? Oh, okay, your trainer number ends with a even number. This batch of Pokemon are rare. Your trainer number ends with an odd. This batch of Pokemon is rare. Trade between each other if you want to get them easily. If not, you can put in the work and find them on your own, but it's going to be more trouble. That's the perfect way to do it. I'm willing to sit there and grind for hours to find a random Pokemon that's version exclusive, but I don't want to trade. I just don't like trading. Oh my god, stop telling me the battery's low. Stop saying it. It's rude, it's offensive to me to tell me that the battery is low. It's a sign of great disrespect. All right, 117. It just makes me really happy to find one shiny here. Just one more. That's not too greedy, right? And it's only an issue because Vanillite is such a better shiny than Vanillux. If Vanillux shiny wasn't so trash, I wouldn't care. But yeah, I feel like the new Joy-Con don't keep a charge as well as the old one. I think there might be something wrong with my Switch 2 because its battery drains faster than my Switch 1's did. It's very distressing. I don't like it. Gonna send it to Nintendo and demand they fix it. Oh, I can remove the space. I can remove a lot more than that too. Get out. No buts. $125 coming up next. God, I miss New Horizons. I was so excited for New Horizons. The month leading up to New Horizons, and then like the week after it dropped, I was so excited and so optimistic about it. And then each new update filled me with more and more dread. I was just like, oh no, they're not fixing anything that matters. Well, actually, the first update was fine, but I was still upset because I was like, wow, they added diving and Crazy Red. These should have been in the base game. Why weren't they? Why did they make a game on a tropical island and then add diving as an update when the previous game had it in the base game? That's dumb. I have a bad feeling about this, and I was right. It was a sign of bad things to come. Where each edition was just lazy stuff that should have been in the base game. No, I'm just super cynical. I miss the days when games dropped like fully complete. DLC is like interesting because sometimes you get really good DLC where it's like, oh yes, this is worth paying extra money for. It's not big enough to be a full game, but like this is enough stuff here that I think it's justified to charge extra for it. I will happily pay an extra $30 for a Xenoblade side story. And then you've got whatever the heck they did with DK Bonanza, where apparently no one's happy about it. And I feel like overall Nintendo has been pretty good about making their DLCs like worth the money, which is why it was surprising to hear that the Bonanza was like very repetitive and light for $20. And like even when I was watching the direct, I was like, I don't know, that doesn't sound like it's worth $20, but I was like, I also didn't play DK Bonanza, so I was like, maybe that's bigger and more impactful than I realize. But everyone's like, nah, it kind of felt scammed. But like, I gave the benefit of the doubt on that just because I didn't have the context for it. But like, both Pokemon DLCs for Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet have been very substantial. And despite the issues I have with the base game, I think they were both very worthwhile additions. I wish the base games were better, but... And then Splatoon's DLC, I didn't play either of the Splatoon DLCs, but both of them sounded like they were worth the cost. Xenoblade's DLC, I only played 2's DLC, but it was absolutely worth the cost. So, like, Nintendo seems to usually hit on their DLC, but... a lot of other games, the DLC is kind of whatever. And then, yeah, like I said, DK apparently was not a hit. You can't win them all, but you could probably try a little harder than that. That's a good quote. You can't win them all, but you could probably try a little harder. That's just a really good quote. I like that. I'm gonna put that on a shirt. Jeez, it got really dark in my room. I guess I can update the background. Hello, Fabled Ink. Welcome in. How are you doing? Hello, hello. How go the shiny hunts? They're going okay, actually. We just got a shiny Vanillite. It wasn't the one I was looking for, but we got a... where is he? We got a shiny Vanillite with the lunchtime mark. I was looking for the Blizzard mark, but I think the lunchtime mark is even funnier, so I'm happy with that. Oh right. I remember you mentioned on Twitter that you were changing your name. That's why it sounded familiar. I was like, I feel like I read that recently, but I couldn't remember off the top of my head. New name jump scare, yeah. Brandy just for gore. But good to see you. How are you doing? Yeah, we got a shiny Vanillite that is very hungry, and I think that's very funny. My ice cream cone hungers. Oh, right, I was changing the background. I want to change the background. Where's my nighttime background? There we go. Brandy ice cream, yeah. Should Brandy have ice cream to celebrate tonight? I don't have strawberry ice cream, but I can have a vanilla ice cream. Or I could have ice cream and I can make a milkshake. Big tired, but you're doing okay? Need to get sleep soon. Oh yeah, if you gotta sleep, totally understand it, but I appreciate you dropping in and saying hi. That was me yesterday, actually. I was super tired because I was running off like an hour and a half of sleep. I fell asleep right before the Nintendo Direct, and I was trying to stay up to watch it live, and I fell asleep right before it. Woke up an hour and a half later, and then I just stayed up for the rest of the day so that I could do my stream, but... And then I fell asleep early last night to compensate. And I say early, but that was like 1:30 a.m. that I fell asleep. Oh, by the way, I like the name Fabled Ink. Sounds really cool. Very, very fun name. Brandy needs to change his name eventually. I was gonna kind of keep this a secret, but I've thought about since Tenshibi was named after me, I was thinking about just taking the name Tenshibi and making that my new username. And I'd still respond to like Brandy and stuff, but do it. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. The thing is, I need to get a new logo and stuff, and I was thinking if I'm gonna rebrand, I might as well wait until I get a new design, you know, and tie it into that, which I would like to do, but it's gonna take some time. But it's something that I've had in mind for actually like about a year. I started thinking about it like last September-ish, so yeah, about a year. You're keeping your username. Yeah, that's fair. The problem is Hoodie Angel Brandon is just like a really long name, and it's just like it doesn't really like, I don't know, it's not super memorable, I don't think. So I kind of want like a more unique name. Brisk Deer is like unique, but Hoodie Angel Brandon isn't terribly unique. And even when I get a redesigned model, I'm not gonna get rid of my original model. I'm still gonna use it because that's also part of me. That one will just become my casual model, and that'll be for like, you know, just chatting, hanging out, things like that. And then the other model will be like my performer model. Yeah, it's something I've had in mind for like a year now, and I've gone back and forth on it. One of the big issues is actually just I don't know what I want for the new design. There's someone I was eyeing. They do character design and new models, and I was looking at them potentially, but their comms are closed right now. Remember being on YouTube as a tarantula animator before rebranding to a winter deer? Oh, tarantulas are scary. I'd be scared to go into a tarantula stream, to be honest. I feel like if you're like a tarantula theme, you gotta lean into that, and you gotta play a lot of horror games, right? Either that or you go the complete opposite and do a lot of cutesy, cozy games. That was before you streamed. Yeah, that's fair. What on earth is this? What is this track? C-Map. It's another Sonic song. All the songs that I don't recognize, I'm like, what is this? And it's Sonic. And it's like, oh, that explains it. Oh my god, stop telling me the battery's low. I find that offensive. Unironically, something I would be very excited about that Nintendo will never make, but I would love and actually want to purchase, would be wired Joy-Cons. It defeats the entire purpose of the Joy-Con, but having Joy-Cons that I can just plug in would make me very happy. I just don't like being told, oh, the Joy-Con battery's almost dead. I'm like, don't do that. You joined a small community of animators. I've done a little bit of animation, but it's not like my strong suit, but I've done a little bit. I mean, you guys will get to see see some of the animations that I did in the Coliseum video. I'm so excited to finish that. I think the flute animation is like really good. Also, once I like do a rebrand, I probably want to maybe make new intro outro screens. I may not use them all the time, but like new screens that reflect the updated design would be cool. Like I could still use my current screens for like chill relaxing streams and stuff that where we're just chatting and stuff. Casual streams, I guess. But for like the fancy streams, I could have like have fancy intro outro. You play a game on the Wii and let chat hear you cuss at the NPCs. Which game would that be? Yeah, maybe I'll just stream until either my Joy-Con die or I find the shiny. Joy-Cons died, stream ends, RIP. Lego, Pirates of the Caribbean, Rango, SpongeBob, or Toy Story. Lots of licensed games. Not my personal cup of tea. I played very few licensed games that were actually good personally. I tend to avoid those kind. There are a few ones. There are a few good licensed games. They weren't based off of they were based off like Japanese properties though. Like the Shaman King games on Game Boy Advance are really good actually. Master of Spirits 1 and 2. They're on my list of games to stream eventually. Shaman King goes crazy. Most like anime games though are like fighting games and they're kind of whatever. The other Shaman King game, Sprinting Wolf and Soaring Hawk, is like Shaman King Pokemon. That one's okay. It's not amazing, but it's a cute game. Yu Yu Hakusho Tournament Tactics was pretty good. I guess technically Yu-Gi-Oh games are like a licensed property, and those are good. But they're just duel simulators, so I mean, kind of hard to mess that up when the base card game is actually good, so. Yeah, the Shaman King Game Boy Advance games are like probably the best licensed games that I've ever played. I can't think of any. Well, I can think of one other one that was good, but I'd rather not talk about that one. That one used to be good, and it is not. So I refuse to acknowledge it. $72 on this batch. So we're almost to 200 ice cream cones. 200 little ice creams. Yeah, should I celebrate getting my Vanillite with like a cherry milkshake tonight? I think that sounds kind of good. I could also maybe do like, I could do mixed berry instead of cherry though. I could do like, it'd be strawberry, blueberry, raspberry. I guess I could do both. I could do cherry with mixed berries in it. That sounds kind of good. A very cherry berry milkshake. I love that blender, dude. Blender and sour powder, my beloveds. They've elevated my drink game to an adequate level. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Yeah, overall, I'm really happy with the Vanillite that we got. If we can't find the Blizzard mark, I will be very content with the shiny that we got for our summer hunt. It's not like with the Torkoal where I really wanted the dry mark specifically. I can be content with this. But I'm still upset about the Tatsugiri, dude. Ugh. Tatsugiri makes me so sad. Tatsugiri. Tatsugiri, why? Why can't you be fished? It would be so funny. Oh, thank you for the head pat, Brisk. Rally luck, rally luck. Head pat. Oh, no, it's in the wrong place. Boop. Time for activities. Have fun. Thanks for dropping in, Brisk. Yeah, I probably won't be going that much longer because my controllers are gonna die, but I appreciate you dropping in again. Thank you, thank you. I just really want one more Vanillite. Is that so much to ask? Just one more. I went super over odds on the last one. I deserve another one really fast. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I'd love to find just one more shiny. If I don't get to keep the Vanillite, it's not the end of the world. Like, I can live without it, but it's nice. I like the Vanillite. I would like to keep the little guy. Ba-da-da-da. This one's from Mario, right? This track? I think so. Oh. Yes, 3D World. That's what I thought. I was like, I'm pretty sure I remember this track playing in 3D World. We should play 3D World at some point. I'd have to dust off the Wii U, but Super Mario 3D World is good. What is this playlist? What? Nintendo elevator music? I don't want that. That's not what I was looking for. Nintendo elevator playlist. That is a thing that certainly exists. Yo, check out my playlist. It's the elevator playlist. It's not bad either. It's just like, it's a very specific thing. It's like, huh, someone decided to make this. Then again, I made a playlist for mining, so I can't really judge, right? I made the classic mining and fishing video game music playlists. Delibird, get out. It's not Crimbus, we're not shiny hunting you. Begone, bird, before I banish you to the Thanksgiving table. Huh. I hadn't thought about it. This is gonna be since my grandmother passed, this will be the first year I don't celebrate Thanksgiving with her. Normally we went and got Thanksgiving dinner together. That's gonna be sad. I don't know if I'll even bother on my own. So I could cook myself, but like that is a lot. And that's like the only time of year that I particularly want turkey is Thanksgiving. And that's just more because of tradition. Maybe instead I'll get myself like some chicken or something. I don't know what I'm thinking about this for. It's September. It's not Thanksgiving. Yeah, we started at 1,500 checks, I think. So we've done like close to 800, I think, tonight. We'll have to see. I'll have to debate if I want to continue this shiny hunt for one more Vanillite or just call it next week. I could go either way. I'm not particularly married to the idea of continuing, but... Oh, battery's dying again. Also, we passed 200. Perfect. Oh, Outset Island, my beloved. I know we just did a Wind Waker randomizer, but still kind of want to play Wind Waker again. We just did one, but I'm like, man, Outset Island just makes me nostalgic. I have so many memories of Wind Waker. And Outset's where it starts. At the outset, one might even say, wow. Who would have ever put that connection together? That's why it's called that. I don't know how this track manages to encapsulate so many emotions. Like, it's calm and chill, a little bit inquisitive, but also has the sound of like the beginning of an adventure. It really is like an S rank track. I am planning to use it in the ribbon video. This was a weirdly eventful stream. I didn't think it would do that much, but we covered a lot of ground. We got the shiny. I rambled about Sun and Moon for a long time, X and Y for a long time. I ranted about breeding mechanics for ages. Decided on a sushi hunt. This was productive. Weirdly so. I would not have expected this much productivity to come out of today's very sleepy shiny ice cream hunt. I started off very kind of tired and not that enthusiastic, but we covered a lot of ground and I'm happy with today's stream. Yeah, I'm hoping that before my controllers die, I can manage to reach 250. I think that'd be a good ending point. Just in case I want to continue this. I'm at a nice even number. Man, I kind of want some meatloaf. Man, I'm all over the place. Earlier I was craving sushi, now I'm craving meatloaf. I think I'm just hungry. That might be it. But I do love meatloaf. That is my favorite food. I just don't like cooking it myself. Gotta mix everything together in a bowl and your hands get dirty. Ew. Ew. Icky. Icky. Like, you could buy food-safe gloves, but those are, like, kind of wasteful to throw away all the time. Eh. Like, it's just more economical to just mix it by hand, but then it feels icky. It feels icky. Ugh. Alright, we're at 228. If I can get 22 more checks tonight, I think I'll call it. Yeah, and that'll put us right around the 5-hour mark too, so that's a good place to call it, I think. So I do have some other work to get done. I'm so close on finishing Colosseum. So close. Literally, I've got one last section to edit, and then the outro stuff. And the thing that concerns me the most with the video is it's just figuring out how I want to do the credits. I've been dreading this the whole time because the credits is mostly for the music. And there's 80 tracks that I have to list. I have to list 80 tracks. Luckily, I've been writing them down in a notepad as I go, so it's not gonna take a long time to like write down each track individually, but figuring out how to display 80 tracks at once is gonna be like kind of a hassle. I mean, like, I'm probably gonna have it like scroll upwards on screen or something, but it's a bit of a hassle logistically to figure out how to make my video editor do that. All right, come on, we got 15 checks tonight before I call it, so we gotta find this Vanillite. Come on. Rally luck, show me a shiny. Even if it doesn't have the mark, I'll be content. No, I'm already content. I'll be happy if I find one without the mark, but I'll be content without it. So we already got a pretty shiny, or pretty special shiny Vanillite, so. And I almost wish I'd caught my Vanillite in a dive ball. I thought about it, but I was like, it's probably not marked, so I'm just gonna use a Premier Ball on it. So I was planning to keep this one as a Vanillite, but All right, 42. 8 more. Come on, batteries, hang out just a little longer. What am I gonna name my Vanillite? I still haven't decided. All right, last 3. This is 48, so 49 and then 50. And then we'll call it for the night. $49. Okay, one more. I think we'll just call it. Since chat is so quiet, I don't know if anyone wants to raid out, so we'll just call it. And this is 50. Yep, no shiny. That's okay. We got a really cool shiny on the way, so I'll be content with that. And that takes us at 250. I'm not sure if we'll try for one more shiny. I might just leave it at that. I'll think about it. But either way, thank you guys so much for watching, joining me for the shiny hunts for the summer. And we do have other hunts planned, but hopefully less tedious than this. But I'll see you guys around. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening. Thanks for watching and take care. Good night. Bye-bye.